Manipulation. Basically deep fakes. He is a veteran professional, 20 years. I know you've been very prominent in the Florida community. In Florida, as a former security manager at the cyber Western Defense here.
Well, hello and welcome back to Bsides Orlando. We're here in track 4, and this afternoon we're kicking things off with Delainey Strickland. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Hanging in there, hanging in there. Nice shirt.
Thank you.
So according to what I see here, you're an undergrad student at Seminole State, which is awesome. I did a little bit of time there myself, and you are currently working at UCF's Information Security Office. And you've got a special interest in embedded systems, so that's pretty awesome.
It helps
so today
your presentations like this.
Yeah, I bet. So today you're going to talk with us about cochlear weaponization. So I'm going to hop off here and let you get started.
Thank you. So cochlear weaponization. I think that kind of speaks for itself. I'm going to be talking to you about the different medically embedded systems and the vulnerabilities that I see in the research that I've been doing. Before we get into that, though, who am I? So I am an information security professional, and I do work with the University of Central Florida in the Information Security Office. But here's that disclaimer I think you've probably heard a couple of times today. The views that I share and the things that I present on for this presentation do not reflect the views of my employer. I'm specifically presenting as a student. So I am a student at Seminole State, but I do research with a lab at UCF called LabX, the Laboratory for Autonomy Brain Exchange. It's a lot of fun. My research focuses primarily on embedded systems, which might not mean much to you. Specifically, I'm talking about medically embedded systems that are just devices that live the entirety of their life cycle underneath somebody's skin. And there's probably more than you think. Hollywood does a great job of advertising for the defibrillator. I see those a lot in movies. But there are insulin pumps where some or all of the device is implanted in the human body, which is similar to cochlear implants, but we'll get into specifically how they work shortly. There are also like pain management implants that run along the spine for managing the way that your body understands and perceives pain within your body. It's really interesting exactly how many that there are. It's an industry that's expected to boom in the next couple of years. The 5-10 year projections almost unanimously target embedded systems, medically embedded systems specifically, as showing near exponential growth, upwards of 250% growth in that time frame. And so to the nature of that, we're seeing a boom in development in that technology right now, kind of leading to the build of that curve. And part of that is the expansion of the connectivity of these devices. As they're becoming more and more commonplace, they're also becoming more and more convenient. And to some extent, convenience can be seen as the enemy of security, which is interesting. So cochlear implants specifically. The way in which that the human body understands and perceives sound is dependent on a cochlea, which is an organ that you have inside of your head. It looks like this. And so when sound enters through the ear, and I'm not sure if you can see my mouse here, but I hope so, because I'm going to kind of demonstrate here. When sound enters through the ear, it passes through a handful of other organs before it meets the cochlea, which is this snail-looking organ here. Along the inner tube of this organ is a series of hairs that are stimulated at certain frequencies. They resonate within this coil here. And for individuals who have limited or an entire lack of audio perception, this is the part of the brain that has typically caused that issue. To combat this, some people need a cochlear implant device in order to have the perception of audio at all. That device would make use of specifically this organ because it connects directly to the auditory nerve. So you could, to some extent, to bring this back to the tech world, you could consider this to be like the I/O input for sound for your brain. It's kind of like the keyboard for your brain to understand in specifically this way. And going back to this previous image here, this is the actual implant here. It's the device that is medically installed into the body. The section here is implanted subdermally near the back of your skull behind your ear. And the string of diodes here is inserted and installed to coil around the cochlea. So this goes through the ear canal and through the cochlea and has an array of diodes that are programmed to kind of directly vibrate the cochlea where sound would if it were passing through air. It uses direct stimulation using very small vibrating diodes just to kind of circumvent, because for individuals that need a cochlear implant, depending on like the transition from air to the vibrations in your cochlea has obviously not been very successful. So direct stimulation through contact is the method. The exterior piece is this piece here. And if you've ever seen somebody with a cochlear implant or you've known somebody, you're probably familiar. And this is more the visual tell for anybody who's wearing one or who has this device installed. The two circles here align using the, there's a magnet in the center, and they communicate using an RF coil. So it's pretty cool. Older devices tend to have 3 microphones on the audio processor, one being in the front, the top, and the back to kind of give you the perception of sound as if you were to react to your environment. You want to know if there's a sound coming behind you or in front of you. And typically it would take only this input, encode that essentially a .wav file, and send it to this array of diodes in a way that it knows how to translate that so your brain understands what sounds are happening. More modern systems have included smart devices that will connect directly to the audio processor to pipe audio directly to your skull, almost, or as directly as we have gotten. So when did this happen? This connectivity, I say newfound here, although it is technically near 3 years old. For a very long time, it was an iPhone exclusive. iPhone and a cochlear implant company kind of announced that they were offering native compatibility. But because of the nature of both cochlear implant companies and other medically implanted companies whatsoever, and of the nature of Apple, there was little transparency to how that connection actually worked. It was kind of a hush hush, don't worry about it, it just works kind of thing. But late last year, and I believe it was September, Google announced that they were also supporting the same native compatibility as part of their push to open the company to have more accessibility projects. But with that, they did, thankfully, they did open the protocol up to be open source. So you can read what the open source protocol is and the specifications. I'm not going to get too technical in this talk because we only have 30 minutes, but I will drop a link here, probably in the Discord after my talk. But there are concerns involved with this protocol. very clearly so. I don't think I would submit a talk to Bsides to say everything's fine, don't worry about it. Where you introduce complexity, like a smart device, you also introduce the potential for vulnerability. And part of my concerns are with the way in which these devices are handling the relationship with the cochlear implant. It's the relationship between like iPhone to cochlear implant as a native connection is the same as if it were a regular Bluetooth headset being connected natively as well. So requesting permissions for this from any app are not dissimilar. And so I feel that there's an opening for social engineering here. It doesn't seem like a difficult scenario to think where an individual has created an application marketed towards this demographic of people, probably having it marketed to offer benefits for users of cochlear implants to learn something specific, maybe how to use their cochlear implants in a specific environment, maybe how to like personally calibrate beyond the little tests that are included from the company, just to give the user a better sense of sound as it happens around them. But in the back end, after it's asked you for the permissions that seem like it's normal, that it wants permissions to all of your devices that are connected, there's a lot of logic that can be put in to manipulate that device on the back end. And the difference here is that it's not just a device like a Bluetooth headset or any other kind of wearable. It's not something that I can say, I'm having an issue with this device and remove. It's something that has a bit more impact for the potential for a breach there. If I were able to, let's say, get any users to install this application and they do have a valid device that I can talk to from this application I've gotten them to install, there's potential for me to play whatever sounds I want at pretty much whatever time I would like to, in terms of just playing a low hum and seeing how long it's going to let me continue to play the same pitch in the same place in somebody's cochlear implant. Or I could play with the input-output limitations. Is it going to stop me at a certain volume? Can I continually increase until I'm causing pain on the end user? These are concerns that I have just for social engineering attacks of somebody downloading an app that seems like it's helpful. The only limitations, because the documentation is not very clear looking at the specifications for the devices in hardware and firmware as to whether or not there's any security protections at all here. The only limitations that seem to be put in place are just by function of the way that Bluetooth works in its packet handling and understanding of data continuously. Speaking of which, reading into the ASHA protocol that Google open sourced for all of us lovely users to read, they use Bluetooth Low Energy. And this isn't really shocking for such a low energy system. Embedded devices don't really have batteries, and you don't want to have to charge your audio processor every 10 minutes in order to get 5 minutes of hearing. So Bluetooth Low Energy makes sense, but the kinds of handshakes that are available due to the low computational power that's given to them aren't necessarily considered the most secure. It's gotten better, but the issue lies within the protocol's backwards compatibility with more insecure versions of the protocol. The implications of this, I kind of touched on the last slide, are extreme in terms of demographic targeting. If I was able to connect to and have persistence with just the external device without having compromised any smartphone device, I would be able to find out a lot of information, a lot of metadata from how the device is working. And there's also some impact and some information I could pull because there is an onboard geolocation chip that is used for pairing, but it's still there and it's still something that I could use if I were trying to build this targeted attack against this demographic. Specifically, I could use this for creating a geofence and trying to target a specific demographic of people from going to a specific location. And I can tell that because they have that embedded under their skin. And if I get the persistence there, that information is just known. And the ironic part is that this was something that was, this connectivity to smartphones was something that was built out of the intent to preserve user privacy. So before they had this native connectivity, cochlear implants didn't really have a convenient way for a cochlear implant user to have a private phone call conversation. They used external microphones, so going through speakerphone to pipe the audio into the microphone outside of the ear was kind of the only way in which they could have a conversation. If anybody were around, if they were having kind of a private or a sensitive phone call that couldn't be rescheduled when they were in a private residence, anybody around them could hear that. So in theory, piping the phone call directly into their skull adds to user privacy. But if there's any vulnerability in the situation, and I'm able to collect the packets between endpoint to endpoint, not only am I getting the information of the phone call, but I'm getting a lot more metadata about their device and about their smart devices and maybe more beyond that. It really, like, the implications, I think, fall into this target specificity. There's a direct line of communication of vulnerability and vulnerable communication to target specifically one demographic of users that has this device and already depends on it. There's complexity being added. The current mitigations for these concerns, though, are primarily that there's little information available to users. It's one of those security through obscurity methods. Almost everything about it is managed by the FDA for both approval and evaluation for any changes for hardware, firmware, anything in between. The specifications and updates are posted and they are something that anybody can look into and read online, but they're very vague. Furthermore, buying devices like this has the same legal red tape as going online and saying, like, I want to buy a kidney.com. It's very difficult to get your hands on one of these devices because of the way in which they manage it through the channels that they want you to purchase them from. So typically you have to go through an approved provider, and it's probably the person who's going to install the device. You can't, it's not like pick apart. You can't get your own cochlear implant and shop around for which doctor is going to give you the best deal for installation. However, there's no specification for how they're handled after they've hit end of life. E-waste is not something that these methods have accounted for. You can find pieces of these devices sold in lots, and there's no real clear indication as to whether or not the data that's been involved there has been handled well or been wiped from the device. There's no clear indication that you can, grab the piece from this lot and another piece from this lot and put it together and create a functional unit. And finding one of those pieces and using an Ubertooth and other tool sets to understand kind of the way in which that protocol works, how much data can be ascertained from the connection between one to another, is where I'm pointing my research now. So I know that you can find these pieces piecemeal online from experience to some extent. So the next steps that I see to tackle the problem, I did spend about 10, 20, 15 minutes. I don't know how long I've been talking at this point, but describing a problem to you. I do think that there is a solution that we can work towards. The main problem that I see is that there's little security being baked in a transparent way for cochlear implant devices as they connect to devices like smart devices now. However, it is a successful model in that it works, it's reliable, and people are happy with it. And that's what I fear that medically embedded device companies are going to focus on, is that it might not be the most secure, but it hasn't been exploited and it is a successful model. I would hope that there is a development in the public understanding of how these devices work, what's being done to protect them, and how that protocol can maybe get better. That's why I'm working with LabX to specifically point my research in kind of bringing and calling attention to that vulnerability in the hopes that there will be an improvement there at some point. So if you're interested, I know this was kind of a quick talk. I only had 30 minutes here, and I did want to take some questions. If you're interested in working with LabX, this is the link to our website, and I can drop that in chat as well. You can always email LabX if you want to email me directly. That is my email as well. Are there any questions?
So I'm taking a look through the Discord live chat to see if there's any questions here. Lots of great comments. Don't see much.
So I think somebody said here, there's potential to pull a real genius and send unauthorized audio straight to deaf ears and brains. In theory, if somebody were coil off, they do use RF technologies to communicate from the external audio processor directly to the implant. So if somebody weren't wearing their external piece, the technology as it worked before like smart devices really became a thing was based off of this RF technology. So long distance piping of unauthorized audio was kind of the basis of the functionality initially. It would sell coils that you could wear around one's neck to extend that connection and how far it would be to pick up information from. There were even, and I think it was at Gallaudet University, there were even classrooms built around with these coils built into the floor. So that students
we've had a comment. Oh, sorry. Have you found in your research that the FDA seems to understand the security implications in the review and licensing process, or is this still something that they're having to figure out? And are they actively engaging public or private sector InfoSec people to help in their evaluations?
So the second part of that question is specifically why I'm pointing my research at this kind of problem as I see it. There's not really much transparency there. Outwardly, there's little engagement with security professionals in either the private or public sector. The only information that's really ascertained is from the FDA's list of approved devices, and the information is just firmware updated, approved by FDA. The guidelines and different specifications of what was assessed is not publicly available.
And then we've got another question that came in over YouTube. Are you concerned about vulnerabilities in these products to do harm?
I am. So the Cochlear implant is essentially a wire of vibrating diodes. And if there's no hardware or software limitation to kind of stop those diodes after they've reached a certain point in which they've been just continuously vibrating, or if they've been hitting a louder and louder and louder threshold, that's a wire. Your cochlea sits directly beneath your sinus plate. Um, so in theory, that's a wire that's slowly heating up about 4 inches into your skull. I can't imagine, I've had a sinus headache or two in my life, and I can't imagine that it would be all that different. And I know that that's not a pleasant experience, for me at least. It being handled in the same way that other peripheral devices, like a Bluetooth headset, is primarily my concern. Because at the end of the day, the amount of security recommendations and security uh, steps that are put in place for those devices are leaning on the side of negligible for the fact that they're just Bluetooth headsets. So to dump them in the same category is my main concern.
And then we have one other question. How do they update and upgrade embedded tech like this?
So typically, it's a voluntary service. So if somebody has an embedded device like this, they can go in for updates, and they use the RF technology specifically for cochlear implants. I believe that defibrillators work on the same near field technology as well. But it is,
Awesome.
in essence, wireless, and technically there is no input from the user, no access given.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's hard enough to get somebody to voluntarily like update their laptop, let alone like.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh God, that's such like to even imagine having to like trek in, especially given everything that's going on now, to a specialized place to have that done seems like such a burden.
There's very little notification avenues for companies to reach out to their users and say, like, there's been X, Y, or Z update to your device as well. So it's up to user awareness.
Awesome. Yeah, this is really cool stuff. Thank you so much for sharing your research today. This is amazing. And there's a ton of back and forth in the live chat. If you have some time to hang out and chat over there, we'd love to hear what you have to say. There seems to be a lot of interest and a lot of places to take your research after this. Right. Thank you so much. Did you have anything else? Are we good, or?
I think we're good. Thank you for letting me present.
All right. Oh, thank you so much for presenting. So we're coming back. Our next talk is with Phillip Wylie. We'll get started with that in just a moment. Phillip was wonderful enough to present his workshop yesterday, and today he's back with his talk about Pentester's Blueprint, a guide to becoming a pentester. And I've had the wonderful experience, the fortune of being able to connect with Phillip on multiple different occasions across different conferences in the space. And I'm going to do that thing where, there's a lot of new people at this particular event that might not know this, but Phillip has wrestled a bear. So I'm just going to put that out there. So you might want to ask him about that at some point. Beyond that, let me go ahead and bring him up. So I can figure out how to do this by myself now. He's now, hey, how's it going?
Good, yourself?
Hanging in there.
Good to
It's been a day.
I bet you've been busy.
Virtually to you too. Yeah. So at this point, you're now with Point 3 Federal.
Correct.
Is that the case? Yeah,
Yep.
That's awesome. That's a fairly recent thing for you. And you've got a book that's either recently released or coming out pretty soon.
Yes, the ebook is out, but the print version comes out the 24th of this month.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on that. I know that's a big undertaking.
Thank you.
So for now, I'm going to get out of your way and clear myself off the screen and put your slides up there, and we'll get started.
Okay, thank you. Well, thanks everyone for joining. So this talk kind of came out of a first lecture that I did for my class each semester, and it turned into a conference talk. This makes the 2-year anniversary that I started giving this talk. So I work at Point 3 Federal as a curriculum developer. I'm an adjunct professor at Dallas College, founder of the Pwn School Project. I've been in IT and InfoSec for a little over 23 years. September made my 23-year anniversary. I've been pen testing for 8.5 years, working in offensive security, anything from web application pen testing, network pen testing, to red team operations. I was featured in the Tribe of Hackers Red Team book. And also from that, Wylie Publishing asked if I was interested in writing a book. And so I wanted to write a book on the topic. This release date is actually incorrect. They moved it up to earlier. So the book comes out November 24th. The ebook is currently out. I'm a co-host of the Uncommon Journey podcast with Alyssa Miller and Chloe Mistagi. I'm an Innocent Lies Foundation ambassador and a Hacking is Not a Crime advocate and board member. So my journey into pen testing took kind of a strange route. I started out as a pro wrestler. When I graduated high school, I didn't know what I wanted to do. So I went into pro wrestling. I got married, and then I needed more stable jobs. So I worked various jobs, retail sales, manual labor, worked in restaurants. Just really couldn't find anything I wanted to do or anything that paid that well. So I went to trade school, learned AutoCAD, and became a CAD draftsman. Through that, I learned about sysadmin work, moved into being a sysadmin, then progressed into InfoSec, AppSec, and Pentester. And so this path, the pro wrestler piece and the CAD drafting is not really so much important, but I like to share those to let people know that anyone that wants to do this, you put the time and effort in, you can be a pen tester. So someone from ex-pro wrestler, meathead, powerlifter can be a pen tester, then you can too. That's why I like to share that. The rest of this is really relevant. The sysadmin experience, InfoSec and AppSec, that's very important in my journey. So I share this slide each semester. Hacking is not a crime, but only do it with written permission. Without permission, it's illegal. I love this quote from Spider-Man. Uncle Ben told Peter, he said, with great power comes great responsibility. And that's one of the things we need to remember when using these skills from ethical hacking or pen testing. Make sure you have permission. What is pen testing? Pen testing is assessing security from an adversarial perspective, attempting to exploit vulnerabilities and gain unauthorized access to sensitive data and systems, also known as hacking. Security posture from an adversarial perspective gives you a better understanding of the security risk. If it's exploitable, then it's a higher risk and higher priority for remediation as well as budget justification. So why pen testing? Regulatory compliance requires it. PCI DSS requires that you have a pen test done annually. It's a fun job, and there's a lot of opportunities, especially because all the regulatory stuff. And pen testing is not a new job, but the need has become more relevant over the past several years. When I started in 2012 as a pen tester, it was mainly just consultants. Most companies didn't have their own pen testers. So as time went on, the requirement, the need for more people was relevant. So they needed to hire more pen testers. It's kind of expensive to do it all through consultants. So companies may use both consultants and internal resources, but there's a lot more job opportunities out there. And so it's a fun field to be in. So different pen testing jobs. So these jobs will fall under consultants or analysts. Penetration tester is the long term of pen tester. And so as you're looking for a job, there's different terms that are synonymous. Ethical hackers, offensive security, adversarial security, and sometimes these are part of a threat and vulnerability management program. So pen testing skills in other areas. So there's other areas that pen testing skills help. So if you're a SOC analyst, network security analyst, be able to identify malicious traffic will make you better at your job. If you're into digital forensics and incident response, it's going to make it easier for you to investigate your breaches because you're going to have an idea of how certain type of attacks work. So this is going to help you in your investigations. So purple teams, where the red team is working with the defense to improve defenses, running different tools to see if they're detected, and working with the defenders to get those systems tuned to detect those type of malicious activities. And application security is another good area that these skills are used in, and that's where I found out about pen testing. So types of targets, so your networks, applications, hardware, transportation, people, and buildings are areas that need to be secure. Just like the last talk we had prior to mine, they were talking about medical devices. So we want to make sure those are secure. So medical devices need to be secure. Your insulin pumps, your pacemakers, to add on to the cochlear implants that the previous speaker was talking about. So types of target knowledge. So on your pen test, you're going to have so much information on the target. Black box is very limited to no information. So you may know the customer. I've done pen tests to where it was a black box pen test. I knew the location, the address of the company. So I was able to test their physical security, but it was up to me to find all their IPs that are external to the company, as well as domain names, collect all the information before I could perform the test. And so each of these methods are going to take more time. So black box testing, but minimum information, you're having to collect all this on your own, or most of it. White box, also known as crystal box, is detailed system information. This is like different accounts for testing applications. You want to test on all the different levels, as well as unauthenticated. Documentation and source code. So it's really important to test the source code for vulnerabilities during a pen test. And then we have gray box. This is kind of a combination of the two. And this is more what you see in a pen test. So this is going to be your IP addresses and domain names and that sort of information, more detailed targets. Maybe not information on those targets, but detailed to make sure everything is covered. And like I said, each one of these are going to take, a certain amount of time. Black box the most, white box the least, but more thorough. So different types of testing depth. And you'll notice the top two are listed as not pen testing. These are steps in a pen test or standalone functions. So vulnerability scanning, this is when your companies run Nexpose, Nessus, or Qualys to look for vulnerabilities on a reoccurring basis, a month, once a month, bi-monthly or weekly. So you're just looking for vulnerabilities and reporting that to the different groups so they can remediate those. So vulnerability assessment, this is still not a pen test, but this is taking your vulnerability scan one step further. You're validating the vulnerabilities, making sure they're not a false positive. Vulnerability scanners have been known to find false positives, so you want to make sure that they're not false positives. And you also go a little step further. You're running other tools. You can run other vulnerability scanners, different hacking tools, and manual techniques to validate those vulnerabilities to make sure they're not false positives. as well as detecting other vulnerabilities. Sometimes the commercial tools will miss vulnerabilities, but you're able to detect them with some different open source tools. So the pen test, this is the actual pen testing piece. So you're doing a vulnerability assessment plus the exploitation or hacking of those vulnerabilities. Then you have red teaming and adversarial. So these are kind of more of a specialized type pen test. So this is testing the blue team, doing attack simulation. It's less restrictive in scope, usually social engineering, physical building security is usually in scope for this. All of the compliance stuff really got to where pen tests were more narrow focused. So a lot of those things were out of scope. And so definitely you want to do both pen tests and red team engagements. Pen test, you're going after every vulnerability that can be exploited and exploiting them. As a red team operator, you're going through finding exploits and trying to find what would lead to a breach. So you're trying to simulate what a nation state or some other type of threat actor would do. So you're going in trying to see if you can find something to exploit this. Because a real world attacker is not going to go through and try to exploit everything exploitable. They would get detected. So with this, you're going through getting in, maybe finding a backup exploit that you're able to maintain access, get back in if needed. And then you're going and seeing if you can exfiltrate data, get to other systems in the environment. So you're really trying to see what the company would do during a breach. And this is also testing security personnel to make sure it's being detected and blocked. So this is, both of these types of tests are very important. So there's different specializations. The first one here, generalist, this is really not a specialization, but it needs to be listed. So this is like your network, Wi-Fi network, and some light web application. Then you get more into your specializations. So application, testing your web apps, mobile apps, cloud API, and thick client applications. Social engineering and physical social engineering sometimes fall under the same realm. Testing the people. You can have the most secure environment in the world, but if you got someone that's clicking on the wrong items or letting people in the building without following the proper steps and authorization, someone can get in the building and breach your systems. So making sure the building's secure and the people that are following the proper procedures and not clicking on malicious code, malicious files, and so forth. So transportation, your vehicles, airplanes, different modes of transportation need to be tested. And then red team, the adversarial simulation. So a lot of times people will do the generalist pen testing, and also having social engineering skills and physical pen testing skills are also helpful in this. Some people will specialize in red teaming, but sometimes it's kind of an additional service that pen testers offer. So they're doing pen testing and red teaming. So this is the popular part of the talk, because most people that are seeing this talk, they've got some kind of idea of what an ethical hacker or pen tester is. That's why you're attending this. Most likely you're curious about how to become a pen tester, or you want to become a pen tester. So you need the knowledge of the technology. So you need to understand networking, operating systems, Windows and Linux at a system admin level, understanding security, applications and hardware in other areas of pen testing is very important. So hacking knowledge. So once you have the security knowledge and technology knowledge, you need to learn how to hack. That's part of being a pen tester. That's why it's called ethical hacking. So this can be acquired through classes. This could be classes at a conference, could be at colleges, universities, different training companies that provide this type of training, meetings and meetups, just like your conferences here, the workshops before the conference. And there's always things you can pick up in the talks as well. So meetings and meetups, your local DEF CON groups, your OWASP groups, your hacker associations, these are great places to learn from. And then also, no matter if you're doing some kind of formal course or something, you still need to do self-study. So having a home lab, watching YouTube videos on the subject, different tutorials, blogs, and articles, as well as Twitter. Twitter is a great resource to find people that write tools, perform, come out with different types of techniques and stuff. So this is a really good place to get that information and to find out about conferences as well. So you need to develop the hacker mindset. This is the ability to think like a malicious hacker. This is be able to find ways to exploit vulnerabilities, The hacker mindset is a culmination of creative and analytical thinking. Developing this mindset is similar to learning how to troubleshoot. So you install Windows Server for the first time and everything goes well. You did learn something, but until it breaks, that's where you really learn things. And so it's the same thing with developing the hacker mindset. You try an exploit, it doesn't work. Then you try another exploit or modify settings in the exploit you're using to get it to work. You see that the web server is allowing unrestricted uploads. You're able to upload a malicious file to create a shell to the system. You get access to that. You're running as NT system authority or root, so you can do anything on that system pretty much you want to. If you're a lower level user, we have to elevate our privileges. In either one, we get access to it. We may need a more stable shell. So we may need to upload netcat or use Metasploit to get a more stable shell. So learning how to chain those different things together in your attacks is going to help. And as you build a base knowledge of the different types of exploits and attacks, then you're able to chain those together. And so once you test the system, you see a certain vulnerability, things to try. And as you build up that base, there's less research you're having to do during your pen test. And so to develop this mindset takes time and repetition. And it's best developed with hands-on experience in your CTFs and your labs. So the pen tester formula is technology knowledge plus security knowledge plus the hacker mindset. So where do I start? So you need to develop a plan. So what we're going to do is we're going to perform a gap analysis. So we're going to do a gap analysis on the skills that we're missing. And so you want to look at the skills required and the skills you have, and then find what you're missing, and that's what you're going to work on. No IT experience, then you need to start with the basics: operating systems, hardware, and networking. You have IT experience. Maybe you haven't worked with Linux, learn security and networking. It all depends on the area you're in. If you're in IT, you're a developer, then you're probably going to need more work in the security area. If you have InfoSec experience, then you need to fill in any gaps that are missing. So more than likely, you're going to be at a point where you need to really develop the pen testing and hacking skills. So participating in CTFs, bug bounties, and hack the box and home labs are a good way to learn. And everyone, no matter what level you're at, you need to build a lab. So there's different categories I have here. They're all high level, 3 categories. This can be as granular as you want or as detailed as you want. The minimalist lab is just taking your computer that you currently use, installing some VMs on there, installing Kali Linux and some vulnerable VMs to work on trying to build your hacking skills against. So you can use your favorite virtualization software, VMware, VirtualBox, or Windows Hypervisor. All of those are good options. In a dedicated lab, you have a dedicated system that you're running VMs, that all your hacking targets are on there, and then you could use your laptop or other system to attack from. And then advanced labs, you can get as complex as you want to. You can have individual servers, workstations, routers and switches, firewalls. You can get older hardware that you can find, maybe a garage sale, maybe someone's getting rid of some old hardware, routers and switches and stuff. You can take all that and build out your lab with individual pieces, or you can get Raspberry Pis and install operating systems on that. You can create firewalls and routers and switches from that as well and chain all that together. So you need something to attack from. So you need an operating system to use to run all your hacking tools. So Kali Linux and Parrot OS are 2 popular operating systems that have hacking tools on that. Ubuntu with the Pentester framework is a good option. Dave Kennedy from Trusted Sec created this utility or script that you can install all the pen testing tools on Ubuntu. And this kind of gives you a little more control over what you install. Some of these other operating systems like Kali Linux and Parrot OS, there's a set number of tools they install by default, but Ubuntu lets you control exactly what all is on your system. And then don't forget Windows. Windows is a good hacking platform. So Windows 10, you can use the Commando VM script by FireEye to install some hacking tools to run on Windows. Windows has a lot of good tools for administrating Windows and Microsoft environments. So that's a good option. So you really want a Windows VM and Linux to do your pen test with. So to build your home lab targets, you're going to need some vulnerable VMs. So you can download those from VulnHub. Metasploitable 2 and 3 are great options to start with. Metasploitable 2 is Linux-based. Metasploitable 3 is Windows. So you need practice hacking both of those. So download those. OWASP has a lot of good vulnerable applications on their site. So you can find links to WebGoat, Juice Shop, Damn Vulnerable Web App, as well as some web-hosted vulnerable apps that you can use to test against. Create your own virtual machines with vulnerable software. You can download that from ExploitDB. ExploitDB is a repository for exploits, and there's also links to the vulnerable software on their site. So you can download that vulnerable version of the software and install it and practice hacking against that particular vulnerability. So recommended reading. When I started teaching my class, I was using penetration testing, a hands-on introduction to hacking. It shows you how to build a lab, and it takes you through learning how to pen test. So it's a really great book to start with. We went to the Pentest Plus curriculum because Pentest Plus came out the year I was teaching my class, and we wanted to go to learning content where someone could get a certification. Plus, a lot of our courses were CompTIA-based courses, and they all build on each other, so it only makes sense. So if you've been through the Security Plus and some of the other certs, you're going to learn some things around pen testing, some of the concepts. So this is a good way to pivot from that into pen testing. The Hackers Playbook 2 and 3 are great resources. This is what I would follow up to George's book. The version 2 covers pen testing, where version 3 is the red team edition. It specializes in red teaming. So you don't want to skip to version 3. You want to make sure you use version 2 first. In the Web Application Hackers Handbook, Discovering Exploiting Security Vulnerabilities is great for learning web app pen testing. And then you have the Operator Handbook and the Red Team Field Manual. These contain different command line syntax for different hacking tools and different technologies, such as Nmap, Docker, different cloud technologies. The Operator Handbook is a little bit newer book. It came out the first part of this year and covers more topics than the Red Team Field Manual, but these are great references to have for like different Windows commands and Linux commands. So learning resources. These resources here are divided by paid and free. The top section are all free resources. And the bottom section, the top section is paid resources. The bottom section is free resources. So those are really great resources. And you can go to my website, thehackermaker.com/learning-resources to get those links. And I'll also make the PDF of this available. So if you want the PDF of the slide deck. So certifications, your entry-level certifications are going to be your CEH and your Pentest Plus. Your intermediate certifications are going to be your SANS and offensive security certs, as well as your advanced certs. These are looked at from pen testing companies and different hiring managers for pen testing groups. They really are focusing on these intermediate and advanced certifications. So these are going to help you get your foot in the door of a job. Of course, you need the experience, but having certifications is definitely a must for people getting started in pen testing. So job tips, professional networking, join the different groups and go to conferences and stuff. LinkedIn, professional networking on LinkedIn. This is your online resume, so put all your skills on there. Keep it populated and updated. This is the way recruiters can find you. So I also always get a lot of hits from recruiters, and really doesn't require me to go to job sites when I want to look for a job. And interview tips, prepare for your interviews, know the OWASP top 10, be able to explain the basics. As far as preparing for interviews, I find whenever I prepare for an interview, even though I've been doing this for a while, I do a lot better on interview, because there's some things you may have not touched on in a while, and there's some things you're not as familiar with that you need a refresher. And when you're writing your resume and also setting up LinkedIn, make sure you're putting items that you know how to use, because if you've only opened up Burp Suite or used it once and you don't know how to use it, you're going to get asked questions about stuff that's on your resume during an interview, because this is guiding the interviewer on the questions to ask you to gauge your level. If you got Burp Suite on there, they're going to want to know how well you know Burp Suite and the different tools you have listed and different types of techniques. And so there's my contact information, and we can open this up to questions. Feel free to reach out to me anytime. I still, mentoring is what got me into teaching and doing conference talks and workshops, but I'm always happy to network with people and provide mentoring.
Thank you so much, Phillip. I really appreciate you sharing all of that wonderful information on how to get started in your pen testing career. I don't see any questions coming into the live chat or through YouTube at this point. Excuse me. And so I think that we've got just a couple more minutes. If you want to hang out
Sure.
afterwards for a little bit in the live chat or the Track 4 lobby, that
Sure.
would be great if anybody's got questions. But there was a little bit of feedback on YouTube saying that they've been looking forward to your talk all day. So I'm glad that we were able to get it out to them.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. And this is the fastest I've given this talk. Whenever I submitted my CFP, I accidentally selected a 30-minute talk. Normally this is like 45 minutes.
We could have made that adjustment, just for next time. If you tick the wrong box, just let us know. We're pretty flexible around these parts. But yeah, I think that was a lot of great information, a lot to take in, and a lot of fantastic resources that you shared for taking your education further on your own.
Yeah, so
So at this point, I'm gonna say goodbye to you, Phillip, and get ready for our next talk. And we'll see you in the live chat. Thanks
Bye,
again.
Jonathan. Thanks everyone for joining.
So next up, we've got Chrisian McLaughlin, and we will get started with them in just a few moments.
doing, Nick? Very good.
Welcome back to track 4. And now we're here with, is it Chris or Christian? Just so
Chris, either one, it doesn't matter.
All right, we'll go with Chris because it's shorter. So we're here to talk to you today with your talk for source code for the human mind. You're a social engineer and exclusively like old school, like Star Wars, I read in your profile, which I don't know how I feel about that, with the exception of The Mandalorian. No spoilers. I haven't watched this week's yet.
None, I promise. None at all.
Awesome. Thank you. So I guess we'll just hop into it, as we only have about a half an hour for your talk. If anybody's got any questions, that please drop them either in the YouTube chat comment section there or in the track 4 live chat, and I will make sure that we get them over to you at the end of the chat.
All right, sweet.
Do you have any slides that we need to be bringing up, or we just?
No. Just got the slideshow and just the presentation audio.
Awesome. Well, great. Thanks.
All right, sweet. All right. Hey, everybody. How you doing? Bsides Orlando. My name is Chrisian McLaughlin, as she already introduced. I'm a social engineer, Pentester. I do network defense and offense at the same time. So I'm here today to talk to you about the source code of the human mind. So I don't know if anybody knows here what social engineering is. We're going to go over briefly just to catch everybody up, but we're going to try to dive in a little bit more into not what social engineering is, not necessarily how to do it, but why it works, what makes it so successful. So let's go ahead and get this started. Share screen. Cool. You guys can see my whole computer now. All right. Don't pay attention to my notes. So.
Hey, Chris, we can't see your screen. We're not seeing your screen share.
Not seeing a screen share.
Nope.
See. I got to split the screen. There we go. Thanks for that.
No problem.
Good now?
Yep.
Sweet. All right. So a little bit about myself. 7 years in the Navy. I'm currently a SOC analyst. Do security research, public speaker, pen testing as well, and that includes social engineering. So the goals of this talk today, we're going to talk a little bit about what social engineering is, go briefly over the 6 principles of persuasion, talk about the big talks is going to be communication, psychology, and then the chemistry about humans and what makes us so susceptible to these kinds of attacks. So social engineering, if you haven't read the book, The Art of Deception by Kevin Mitnick, really good book. It talks about what social engineering is, the 2 goals of social engineering. You're going to want to try to get something, or you want to get somebody to perform a task for you. So you're trying to solicit somebody for information, or you're trying to get them to do a task that is going to help you in reaching your end goal. The most common types of social engineering are going to be phishing, phishing emails, phone calls or vishing, and then impersonation, or what I like to call physical pen testing, actual in-person social engineering. So another good book right here by Robert Cialdini. It's the Influence, Psychology of Persuasion. It's an amazing book. I think I've read this like 3 times. It talks about the 6 things that humans are easily persuaded by. And we'll go over this really briefly before we touch a little bit deeper. So likeness, humans want to be liked. So this is one way to get people to persuade them or get them to do something that we want them to do, is to make them feel well liked. That is more important than making them. It's more important to make them feel like we like them than it is for them to like us. So this can be done with things that are similar, things that, complimenting people, or working towards the same goal. If you and the other person are working on the same thing, it could be you're going into a bank and your goal is, I want to protect this bank. You and that person have a similar goal, even though you might not behind the scenes up front you appear that you are. Reciprocity, it's really easy. It's gift giving, but gift giving isn't limited to physical gifts. It could be information, it could be a joke, it could be anything at all. Scarcity, you see this a lot. Limited time offer, or while supplies last, exclusives, they're deals. You're trying to make somebody feel like they have to act now or else they're going to miss something. Consistency, I like to think of this as creep. So you are starting off really, really small, simple request. Can you borrow a pen? Can you have somebody do you a favor, and then what happens is it slowly builds up, and then they become the go-to person, and you're building trust and rapport with that person. So when you need to ask a larger task, hey, would you mind letting me into this room, or hey, could you pull something up real quick? You've developed that trust and that rapport already. Consensus is social proof. It's pretty simple, explanatory. This is more this is spoken and unspoken. So what it is if everybody else is around you is comfortable with your presence, then everybody's going to be comfortable with you. So if you are another thing is a trick with this, stepping into, for example, an executive's office. If you step into that executive's office with nobody in there and you make the appearance like you are just walking out doing something, you have gained consensus by anybody walking by that you are doing something important. And authority is one that I don't really like to use often. It's a last resort. If you go the authority route, you can't really go back, and not everybody responds well to authority. You can have some people get question you if you come off as too authoritative, or you don't seem like you have the proper credentials. So communication, these numbers aren't exact. They're just a good estimate. Humans like to try to divide things up into categories and give them numerical values. But this is a pretty close representation that communication is not all verbal, that it is a combination of what we say, how we say it, and what we do while we're saying it, the body posture. You don't see a whole lot of this with the online world, so we have to make up for this. And one interesting thing that I've come to find is we make up for this in interesting ways. We use emojicons, and gifs is a really impressive way that I've seen people make up for body language, because we'll use gifs that we all can identify as to a specific emotion, which is impressive, honestly. So the three phases of communication: what we perceive, what we evaluate, and then what we transmit. So right now you are perceiving this talk, you're evaluating its value, so you're evaluating, and you would transmit your message to me by feedback or questions later on. If this was an actual back and forth conversation, we would be doing this in real time. And the structure of communication, it's more like it's like two circles inside of a larger circle, really. It's yourself, others, and then the context of the conversation surrounding that. So if you're missing any one of these, this is where the miscommunication comes into play. Physical communication is important. If you're just Have you ever texted somebody and have an issue with communicating, or a message was mistransmitted? You don't have tone, facial expressions, gestures, or posture. These kinds of things are important in communication, and we pick them up very quickly as humans. So these kinds of things are important to transmit. When you're social engineering, it's important that you are able to transmit the body language of the person you're trying to impersonate. So, and humans will pick that up really with ease. We'll briefly touch up on the limbic system. I don't want to get too far into this because it is a rabbit hole, but the limbic system is what allows us to trust. So the limbic system is primal, and it doesn't think like the rest of our brain might. It reacts. It reacts to stimuli. It remembers things, and we react to that stimuli over time. If you have a memory of a certain color that brings up bad memories, you're going to react to that, like such as with PTSD. We associate certain things with memories, and those memories are mapped to emotions and reactions. So the limbic system does a bunch of interesting things. It regulates hunger, thirst, our response to pain, aggression, anger, and also sexual behaviors. These things are all important in bonding and forming trust. If you think about it, feeding somebody, making somebody angry, or aggression, distrust, or sexual behavior or pleasure, which is a formation of trust. The hippocampus is an important part of the limbic system. It converts short-term memory into long-term memory. There's a lot more involved with that, but that's the important thing that we want to remember. A damaged limbic system is, or a damaged hippocampus is what leads to Alzheimer's, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But this is what, or Alzheimer's or dementia. It's what causes us to just forget things, lose things over time. Something that just happened moments ago, we don't remember anymore. The amygdala is also another important part. It maps, like I said earlier, maps emotions to events. This is what we use to correlate things together. What a veteran might consider as a firework going off, they associate to a gunshot back to when they were overseas, deployed. It's not, they don't think about it. It's reaction. So that's how the mind works with the limbic system. But the important thing is, why is this important? Why do we care about how the mind thinks, or not really thinks, but reacts? Well, you have to understand your target and understand what makes them happy, comfortable, and safe. These three things are important because these are what you're going to try to exploit in social engineering. So this is a breakdown right here of the certain chemicals in your body. You got dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, and endorphins, which all have their own specific roles in the body. Let me just go ahead and check here for time. All right. So above all, we seek comfort as human beings. We seek happiness, and we seek safety. So we are going to look out and find things that that bring us this right here. So colors are important. Colors is one of those things where you associate a memory to, or you associate something to a memory. Understand that colors are not, it's not a universal thing. One color is not the same to everybody. However, at a primal level, we do instinctively react to certain colors, whether we recognize them or not. Certain colors do bring us certain emotions, whether or not we think it. But we'll go ahead and go over this really quickly. So if you see this color right here, it's interesting, but this kind of color might bring you calmness, serenity, and this happens to be the same color of the ocean. You know, the ocean and the sky, which is part of nature. It's natural that our bodies feel like this, that they feel calm and at peace. Another thing about colors is marketing agencies and ad agencies, they spend millions of dollars on this kind of research every year, and they specifically try to engineer this into our minds. Go ahead and visit a website when we're done with all these colors, and go to a store and find out these colors aren't used to this advantage. Green, it's really the same thing as blue. It's nature. It brings you calmness, serenity. Yellow, Yellow is a color that brings danger. Again, it's not necessarily the same. Some people like the color yellow. Personally, don't that much, but it is important to note that our brains process color quickly. Not just red, not just yellow, but red also. Red is a symbol of, not just danger as much as yellow is, but our mind brings red to attention really quickly. We think of red as power, angry. We think of it as fierce, and these are the kinds of colors you might associate red with. People who drive red cars are going to be typically known to drive faster, more aggressive. You're going to see these sports cars, or Ferraris are red. There's a reason why. It's a marketing ploy. Also, yellow, I found out not long ago, is a color that that people on the autistic spectrum, the more aggressive side of it, don't really respond to well. So if that information is useful to you, or somebody might be useful to you, it's good to know that yellow is a color that you might want to try to avoid. Black and white, interesting. Black is more of the professional side. Black gives off an appearance of professionalism, whereas white gives you an impression of purity, but also they are the yin and the yang. Black and white apparel is very, very, it goes very well. And our minds pop when we see, too much black or too much white. We see a little bit of a distinction. Imagine somebody wearing an all black suit versus somebody wearing an all white suit. You might have a different impression of that person. Proxemics is the next thing that we're going to go over. So this is getting close to your target, and how, and closing the range is the important thing. If you ever notice in a conversation with somebody that you're having, you do have these different spaces. You have your public space where you might shout out to somebody, hey, come here. You want to close the gap because you don't want to have that conversation publicly with everybody around you. You have your social space, which is where you might have a group of friends, might be talking with each other in a group, and your personal space, which is where you would want to have a more close conversation with somebody, a friend, a family member, and then the intimate space is really the ultimate goal. As a pen tester, you want to get into that personal or moreover intimate space. And getting to there is not really that hard. It's just a matter of finesse in getting there. One way could be to use map directions or asking somebody a question on your phone. If, hey, could you look at this, or anything to get close. We get very susceptible when somebody comes close, but when they're in our social space and we realize that nothing bad is happening or that they trust us, we let our guard down pretty quickly. So culture is important to this. I don't want to get too much into that, but you can understand that some cultures, it is normal to talk closer to people, whereas other cultures, we want to stay away from people. In America, I know we like our space. We like being far away. Don't try to get next to somebody on the New York subway. They're probably going to have a problem with that. But in some cultures, it is acceptable to get very, very, very close to people, especially in their face. Building trust is important. If we feel stronger when we're trusted. So that is the most important thing. That if any you could take anything away from this, that when you are trying to build rapport and trust with somebody, you're not trying to get them to trust you. You're not trying to make yourself this trustworthy person. You're trying to project your trust to that other person. You're trying to get them to feel like you trust them. If they feel trust, they feel valued. If they feel valued, they're going to be willing to help you, and they're only going to want to help you if they trust you. So this is the moral molecule. We're going back to oxytocin. This is what formulates trust. It's triggered in a lot of things like childbirth, sex, and breastfeeding. These are times when we're making a bond with somebody, a nonverbal chemical bond with someone. Building rapport is important. People like to feel helpful and right. So validating people. If after they've helped you and you say, man, thank you so much, like this helped me so much, or telling them like, you're right, I agree with you to an extent or something, especially with politics, or if you guys are on something that you don't agree with, you can get somewhere by giving a little. If you give a little, you get a lot. I promise you, the second you try to be this know-it-all or this person who's ungrateful, people lock up. They're not willing to help you and they're not willing to talk to you. Open and honest communication is important, because the second somebody detects that you're lying or that you're being deceitful, they're not going to trust you anymore. You have to be open and honest. If you get caught, you have to convey some honesty there. Building healthy relationships is a foundation of happiness. So open and honesty is the gateway to building a healthy relationship with somebody. Once you have that, you become happy. And authority, like I said, it is always used as a backup. You never ever want to use authority as the first resort unless it really calls for that. But honestly, I don't think there's really much situations where authority just needs to be whipped right out at the very beginning. So steps to building rapport. You have to understand setting time constraints, using nonverbal communication. So body language, RSVP, rhythm, speed, volume, pitch. It's just about the way that you talk, how you present yourself. These are important. You don't want to throw one of them off, or it could make yourself, you could expose yourself. Sympathy and assistance. So sympathizing with somebody is definitely one way to get them to trust you. And if you feel with them, and instead of feeling for them, they're going to try to bring themselves more center to you as you present yourself. Ego suppression is extremely important. I cannot say this enough. You want to get rid of your ego. If you have an ego, you really have no place in the social engineering world, or in the world where in the world of influence and persuasion. I know I personally have not really an inflated ego, but it does come out sometimes. You have to work on suppressing that. If you understand that ego suppression is important, you can do it in order to accomplish your goal. But the idea is to come out as humble and honest and kind. Ask questions like how, when, and why. If you ask questions, you get answers, and make sure you get direct answers too. Quid pro quo, which is honestly the gift giving thing, or basically incentivization, doing something for somebody, expecting something in return. Reciprocal altruism and managing expectations are just other parts of building rapport that you're going to want to do in order to get somebody to trust you more. And then you getting results with validation. So validation is really an important step in this. You have to make somebody feel validated, and doing it the proper way without coming off as somebody who is just a yes man or just coming off as fake. So you can do this without compromising your own beliefs and your own personal personal color, however you want to say it. So non-judgmental validation is honestly the first step. Being honest, not lying. Telling them that you understand where they come from, that they are right. That not necessarily that they're right, but that you understand where they're coming from and that they're not wrong. So not telling them that they're right, but telling them that they are not wrong. People do not like to be called wrong, but at the same time, if you tell them right, you're you're somewhat admitting defeat. So you have to balance that. You have to say, I understand where you're coming from. I get that. Understand what's important to them, right? You're validating the important things. If I go up to Karen in her office and she has pictures of her kids everywhere, it's obvious that her kid is important to her. So validate that. I personally don't care about talking about kids. I don't like kids. I think they're just weird and nasty. But Karen cares about kids, and I care about Karen, or more, I care about the objective. And Karen is in between me and the objective. So therefore, her kids are important to me. Introduce your context. So what that pretty much means is instead of going into the context of somebody else and explaining to them, this is how I feel, introduce your context. Bring your background and your surrounding. Try to get them to be in your shoes before presenting your side of the story. And then empowering them with the choice. You can give the influence of choice, and this is actually funny. I just saw this not even an hour ago, but it was a still from the Joker, and it was the scene where he was with Harvey Dent in the hospital, and he told him, "You could shoot me right now," and he grabs his pistol and points at his head, but he's holding the hammer of the revolver, and if you don't understand what that means, if you pull the trigger and you're holding the hammer, the gun won't fire off. So he was presenting him with the idea of choice. But really, there was no choice at all. People don't like being told what to do. People don't like being given ultimatums. Give them choice, but you can also persuade them that they have to go one way. You could say, hey, you could do this or you could do that, but if you do this, these are the consequences. Give them the consequences and the results of their actions, but let them make the choice. Don't make it for them. And I was just screwing around, made some little exploitation code, but this is pretty much what it would look like in your mind if you were to try to think about how you're trying to exploit a person. I actually just came off of a social engineering engagement this last week. It went pretty well. We were able to get some information from people. You're not going to have a high success rate. It's just like on Tinder, you can swipe right all day, but you're not going to get right swipes from everybody. But it's that one time, that one person that clicks on that phishing email, that one person that picks up the phone and decides to transfer you or decides to give you the information. That one person is the backdoor to your objective. So you have to understand that you have that even just a 5% or 10% success rate to us Pentesters is a massive advantage. If we got 100% success rate, the whole company just needs to be restructured at that point. These are some great references I went off of with not just this PowerPoint presentation, but they helped me in my career and they helped me move me along. I met all these wonderful people at the Human Hacking Conference this year. They're awesome. This knowledge and material is right here. It's amazing. We have read all of these books. I cannot recommend them enough. Also, the Kevin Mitnick book and the Robert Cialdini's Influence. But also, there was one that wasn't in the slideshow that I had to cut. It's Paul Ekman's Emotions Revealed. If you can read that, that would be another good read. So this is information about the company that I work for, and then my own personal company, Mighty Pen. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Finished 5 minutes early. Whoa, stop sharing.
Hey there. Okay, so I'm going to take a peek in the chat room to see if we've got any activity or questions there. I'm sure if you there's going to be questions about like your resources and things like that you shared during the presentation. If you wanted to drop a link to your slide deck or whatever there, that would be fantastic as well.
Yeah.
Let's see, poking around a little bit. Nothing there. So if you've got a few minutes after the talk wraps up to hang out in there, just say hello, see what people are up to, and make yourself available for questions. That would be fantastic.
Absolutely, of course.
And thank you so much for sharing all of your wonderful research with us today.
Not a problem.
All right, thanks, Chris. I'm gonna be out of there. All right, next up, we've got Heather Lawerence in just a few minutes. I'm gonna cut over to our introduction card, and we'll be back in just a few.
Everyone
when sat down with that already heavy. We should probably go. Everybody will say like, hey, you guys know there's a person? You know, it's like, you have to watch it.
Well, hello, hello.
Things work.
Yeah, it is. Making it happen. So
it's kind of rough this morning.
Oh yeah. So we're here now in track 4 with Heather Lawerence, who, among many other wonderful things, is part of the Bsides Orlando board. She is a data scientist for the Nebraska Applied Research Institute and is here to talk to us today about adventures in creating a cybersecurity data set.
All right.
So I'm going to let you take it away with your slides.
All right. I assume you can see my slides. All right. So I go by InfoSecAnon. You can find me on Twitter. I'm covering adventures in creating a cybersecurity data set. If you've never seen me before or have no idea what I'm talking about, I'm passionate about machine learning and information security because it's awesome. And I think it's the future. I'm currently a PhD student at UCCS, and I spent 6 years in the military, did some Hack at UCF stuff, Hack UCF. And I happen to be honored to work with a lot of volunteering groups trying to forward information security. You can see a whole bunch of designs there that I have there in the lower right-hand corner.
We actually can't.
No!
No, I know. Oh, there we go. Now we can see it. Try going full screen again.
Try go full screen again. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes?
That's not, nope. Nope. You can see
it's funny because we literally just tested this.
I know.
Okay, so let's try this again. I'll share screen, go to the right one, allow. You see my screen.
Can see that.
Okay, can I go full screen?
No. Is it sharing to editor?
No, it's all on the one same screen. I made sure not to do the dual swap this time because we had issues with it last time. So I guess I'm just going to do it like this. Sure. Go with the flow.
All right, I'll get out of here. Save some space.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to go through the whole talk and like not have any of the slides up? Okay, so I'm going to cover the network intrusion detection paradigm. I gave this talk before at KernelCon, and what I noticed from the last time, there's some more stuff to it, but I kind of just jumped right in without really setting the stage for how this all works. So if this is the first time you're kind of in the network intrusion detection space, you have no idea what I'm talking about. So let me talk about this real quick. Generally, the idea is that communication comes through the internet. It goes through the firewall, comes to a switch, and in this switch, it monitors like a demilitarized zone, DMZ. And in this DMZ, you'd have like users communicating with internal resources, and all the while, the network intrusion detection system appliance is monitoring the space through a switch. Now, this is either through a span port, which is like the switch is just a managed switch is just copying all of the traffic on all of its other ports to another port that the appliance is reading from, or maybe there's a tap and the tap isn't shown here, which is a different piece of hardware that copies traffic instead of just using a span port. Detection mechanisms for intrusion detection really kind of rely on two techniques. One is signature-based and one is anomaly-based. Signature-based, you detect with patterns. So this is essentially string matching. You're looking for IOCs, byte sequences, maybe you hash the payload and you like match it against the hash, or you have like a malicious domain that, you know, if you see traffic from this domain, you'd automatically block it. Obviously, if you're string matching, it's a lot faster to process. There's a low false positive rate because you're string matching. And as you might imagine, it doesn't detect what it doesn't know. So if it doesn't have a signature already in there, it cannot detect new attacks because it doesn't have it. Anomaly-based, by contrast, right, generally needs a baseline. It needs to know what's normal in the network. It detects anomalies using statistics or statistics over time, which is called machine learning. It's slower to process, right? Obviously, we're using higher math here to kind of look at the space and determine if there's an anomaly or not. There is a higher false positive rate. This whole system needs tuning. If you had something that you didn't have in your baseline, but it's normal, as soon as it shows up in your network, it's going to show up as an anomaly because the system was not trained that that was normal. And then, of course, there's a hybrid, which uses kind of the best of both worlds to make detections. Signature-based, this is where you get things like sticks and taxi, and it's a overarching data model to kind of describe IOCs, and that helps give IOCs from organization to organization, right? It's kind of hard for one team to be like, yes, I saw this attack, and here were these indicators, and then give it to another organization. So like, hey, if you see these indicators, this is bad. Anomaly-based kind of goes on two different data formats. You have PCAPs, which are larger. I like to think of them as like a camera raw file format, so they're huge. They're slower to process, right, because it's the raw data, pretty much. And there's more features because you can choose what features you want from a larger array of data. NetFlow, by contrast, it's smaller to store. There's only key features that it pulls out, and that's like source and destination IP, source and destination port, the protocol. If you are a defender, you're probably very used to seeing like, at least those features during your processes. There are fewer features in a NetFlow, right? It's faster. And it should be noted that PCAPs can be NetFlows, but you can't go backwards, right? So the NetFlows are kind of like a distillation of the things you'd get in a PCAP. And because you are removing all of those features, you can't just put them back in if you wanted to convert NetFlow back to PCAP. That's just not going to work. All right, so you got the idea of what I'm talking about here. Let's talk about anomaly detection. Specifically, more what this talk is about. It comes from data. You have feature extraction, so you pull the things you want out of that data. And then all of those features, you're like, well, not all of these are the greatest. So you pull out the top performers, and then you train an algorithm using some of the data, and then you test the algorithm with other parts of the data that you set aside, and then you deploy. Now, of course, I'm not showing what would happen here if you had like an adversarial example kind of situation, where you would develop adversarial examples and then retrain the algorithm to make it more robust. Anomaly detection, as I said in the last slide, it all relies on data. And for the most part, KDD 99 was considered the seminal like foundation data set that a lot of machine learning papers in this space, in intrusion detection learning, will use. Now, the problem with KDD 99 is that it was simulated. It doesn't reflect any of the current protocols that we have, attack techniques or methodologies, and it didn't contain any packet headers or data. This is used a lot, and it was later defunct, I guess you could call it. People were like, hey, in research journals, mind you, we're like, don't use this data set, it has issues. And then they moved on to NSL KDD, and I'm not going to describe that here because I've got some other ones we're going to talk about. So best practices after learning from KDD 99 is that you needed a complete network configuration and you needed complete traffic. So this simulated stuff isn't going to work. You needed complete interaction between the users. So you can't just see one side, right? You need the user sends a request and whatever service or web page comes back, you need to see both sides of that traffic. The protocols that are available need to be various, they need to be diverse, and they need to be relevant, right? I saw things in the KDD 99 data set that just, they're no longer relevant. Those protocols are no longer even used. Attack diversity. So, and as I'm going to go in through some of these data sets, they specialize on a specific attack. But if you want a general data set used for more of a general purpose, then you should have attacks that are general. And then heterogeneity. So you want different types of endpoints. You don't want all Ubuntu or an entirely Windows shop, right? Most Most enterprise environments are not homogeneous. They're not all the same thing. There need to be a variety of things. And then of course the feature set and like metadata is more of enriched flows. So it's data about the network data that can be put back into or collected with the data set. So Sharavi et al. Kind of put out some of the best guidelines to do this, and that is to make sure it's up to date, make sure it's publicly available, make sure it's real. We shouldn't have to say that, but it should be real. And then it should have malicious and normal user behavior. And normally in machine learning, you want it to be balanced, but for network intrusion detection, it's really common that it's not. You get a whole bunch of benign data and very little malicious data because there's very little malicious data in an attack. And then of course you should have the payload as well. Now I'm going to go through some of related work data sets. As I said before, there are a lot that specialize on a specific thing. So if you're trying to teach your classifier against a specific attack, generally you want to find data that shows that attack. This is a survey of network intrusion detection data sets. It was published by Ring et al. And you can find it here on Archive. It's really awesome if you want to go through and find a data set for your cause. Some are in only PCAP, some are only in NetFlow, some are publicly available, and some aren't. One of the data sets I was mentioning specializes in SSH attacks. It was a larger data set consisting of more endpoints that are normally available. But it's only limited to SSH. And they were nice, and they contained the flow data and the host log files, right? As I said, the enriched like metadata. UNSW, this one is a little interesting because they actually used a tool, Ixia's Perfect Storm, and basically just dumped it to a data set, and now people use it, which is actually kind of cool. But you would hope that it would be like a little more real and a little less artificial. AWID, I call it AWID. If you are looking for wireless, this is what I would recommend. The normal traffic is human generated and the attacks are tool generated like most data sets. And they used Kali to conduct pen testing, much similar to like what we did. CTU 13 is a collection of 13 PCAPs based on botnet traffic. CICDS is arguably one of the more recent cohesive data sets. As you notice here, right, it's not homogeneous. They have like Windows 8 boxes, there's Windows 7, MacBook, Ubuntu, right? These are all good things to see in the traffic to train your classifier on. And so we went and tried to do it ourselves. We wanted to make our own data set. Our design was, we had an intranet that was off of our campus's network. We had some server blades that were running Windows Server 2016, and we had drones. So we created separate accounts using a virtualized Windows 7 workstation. And each drone had its own user who had its own purpose. It was either engineering, business, or administration. And they would create traffic by visiting websites over a managed switch. And we had several network services available, including a lab controller and wiki, file share, and an Exchange server. Automated data generation for us, we use PowerShell, right? As I mentioned before, we had 3 profiles, and randomly they would browse to we ended up mirroring our websites, and I'll discuss why in a second. We had them email other users using the Exchange server. They could read and write to the file share, and then they could browse to wiki addresses based on like a list of 30 or so addresses that they could go at random. Then, of course, after we did the automated, we had 10 human subjects come in, and we recorded their traffic. Excuse me. For 30 minutes, they browsed services, and we kind of did that as a means to compare whether automated traffic, malicious traffic, and human-generated traffic were the same, right? The time differences are very different. And what I've noticed is that for generated traffic, it's very to the point. It immediately know where the attack target is, the vector they're going to leverage, or the vulnerability they're going to leverage, and they go straight for the gold. For humans, it's a lot more surfing. There's a lot of abnormal traffic that they're generating. It's not really the same at all. And then we included we had them rate themselves on like how good they were in certain areas and had them describe what they were doing. We gathered about 60 gigabytes of PCAP data, and we processed it with something called kick flow meter in order to create features to get feature extraction. After we collected the traffic, we QA'd them to make sure the attacks were actually in the traffic, because sometimes things like that happen. And then we translated what you would normally find as a rule in Wireshark into like a pandas data frame to label it in the scikit-learn library. So here you have like a code snippet, or you define malicious as taking in something from a column and locating if this one protocol was 1, then we label another column as 1. Basically what I'm showing here is that this is how we labeled our traffic post Wireshark. Now, once you get it to this point, you need to reduce the feature space. So what we originally had tried was using Maxmind's Geolite 2 database to reduce the space to who owned it based on ICANN. It's extremely expensive. And I'm going to tell you right now, there are better features. You should probably not go this route if you can avoid it. Number one, IPs can be spoofed. That shouldn't be a secret to anybody listening. And they can correlate directly with the label. And this is a problem called multicollinearity, where you're basically telling your classifier, hey, this feature is going to tell you whether it's benign or malicious. And when you have it attached to an IP, the IP is always malicious. So the classifier is going to know that that IP is malicious. And you don't want that issue. There are machine learning algorithms that are immune to decision trees and boosted trees. But more common machine learning techniques like logistic regression and linear regression are not. You'd have to use something called PCA, and that's kind of out of the scope for this talk. So, all right, challenges. We had some design priorities from the get-go that completely designated how we were going to architect things. And we wanted the ability to read headers in plain text. Now, if you're familiar with HTTP2 and TLS 1.3, that's a little hard to get things in plain text because they are encrypted. More specifically, we wanted the metadata from the TLS handshake, including the client hello message, which you can't really get well, you can, but you really get more like just the cipher suites they accept and not really any other data that we wanted. HTTP2, how we fix this, right? Originally, we pulled the websites from the Alexa 100. You just go to the Alexa 100, which is a list, if you're not aware of it, that has the most frequented websites. And we tried originally to get the PowerShell scripts to just visit those websites at random. But HTTP2 is already enabled, right, for the majority of the Alexa 100. And it's intended to enhance the user experience by compressing the web traffic header. So you get the content faster and you're not waiting for the web page to load. Totally makes sense. Unfortunately, most of the Alexa 100, as I mentioned, had already implemented HTTP2. So we had to try to remove the 2.0 headers using curl by asking like, hey, can you downgrade? If you've never seen HTTP2, it looks like this. So you'll see that there is a header, but you can't really read anything because it's compressed. And for TLS 1.3 to 1.2, 1.3 removed the cipher suites that plagued 1.2. So like cipher block chaining was insecure. So TLS 1.3 doesn't really accept those cipher suites. It requires Diffie-Hellman keys, which are established between a user's endpoint and the web server it's communicating with generally. And as I mentioned before, these are encrypted. Well, can we ask, TLS 1.2, hey, can you just downgrade for us, right? Well, it turns out that the top Alexa, they don't like to do that. They just really don't. We'd have to cherry pick websites that have the TLS 1.2 cipher suite, like that they accept regularly. Some modern libraries only provide 1.3, or frameworks that only do 1.3 by default, which is nice, but it kind of was against our design criteria. And if you're noticing like TLS 1.3 adoption, right, back to our principles, we want everything to be relevant. Like, well, is TLS 1.3, do I need to prioritize that in my data set over 1.2? If you look at this graph, right, TLS 1.3 is growing, but it is not currently the majority. And F5 came out with a white paper saying that there were several enterprises that were concerned about data loss prevention because of the same issue with, Diffie-Hellman keys and trying to detect what their users are sending out across the network. Another resource, Qualys's SSL Pulse, does a monthly scan of 150 SSL and 150,000 SSL and TLS enabled websites to kind of see what they support. And TLS 1.2 still reigns supreme for now. So as far as design decisions, we were comfortable forcing down 1.2 over 1.3. And so couldn't you just man in the middle? We got that question, and we tried that. We lost data visibility when we were trying proxy servers. So you couldn't, right? It's behind a proxy server. So you have 10 endpoints behind the proxy. You only see the proxy. You don't see really, it's all combined there. You don't have the granularity of each host. And what was even more interesting is that even though we gave the keys, we ended up creating a script to forward the keys from each host, each endpoint, to our tap to decrypt the traffic. What we noticed is that Wireshark cannot safe decrypted PCAPs. And man-in-the-middle proxy and squid proxy have no indication of having this as a feature. Now, future reference. At the time, I didn't know this, but since coming back to this, man-in-the-middle PCAP, which is a add-on script, can export traffic to PCAP files, which we had a problem with during this. So again, TLS, we asked nicely, it didn't work. Man in the middle, it didn't work. As I mentioned before, we were going to have to mirror all these websites that we're going to in the cloud, and then tell the mirror that we're only accepting 1.2. So this was a design decision that, yes, it added artificiality to the data, but it was also interesting in that it removed an almost absurd amount of third-party advertiser traffic that we weren't trying to add into our network. The reason why a lot of these data sets aren't public is because there are stakeholder information that could be retrieved from the network. And so many private sector entities don't want to share that information, and I totally get that. But as a design decision, we didn't want third-party advertising traffic into the network that we're just trying to monitor attacks. And of course, we didn't get all of the TLS 1.3 out. We still had OS updates, which were beaconing out and included TLS 1.3. There's really not a whole lot you can do about that. All right, so let's say you want to do this, and you aren't dissuaded by all of the curious things that we had to go through to make this data set a reality. Remember that PCAPs are better than net flows, in my opinion, right? It's a one-way transfer. So if you need the PCAP from the net flow and you only have the net flow, well, good luck. It's hard to find a place to host a data set, unfortunately, because PCAPs are larger, as 60 gigs, unless you're paying for it. Possible hosts, if you have maybe a more cohesive data set than I did, you could ask Impact Cyber Trust to apply to host your data set. Snap or Stanford also has a large network data set collection that's kind of interesting to look through. network repository has different domains. So you'll find not just network traffic, it's like bioinformatics and a whole network is a lot more broad than just computer networks for that repository. AWS also has a dataset program, and then failing everything else, you can just pay for Glacier. Other cool datasets that I didn't get a chance to mention. Ember from Endgame is for all about malware. The Canadian Institute for Cybersecurity has a whole bunch of data sets that are publicly available, including DDoS, botnet, and the CICDS 17 data set I mentioned is also available from there. Now I get the question, like, why didn't you just use the Wall of Sheep data set? Why didn't you use the DEF CON data set? Why didn't you use the NCCDC data set or any of the regionals? Well, none of them are labeled. And I'm not sure if you've seen how large those data sets are, but I really don't want to go through all of those IPs and try to backtrack, like, what did they do? Is it malicious? There are a lot of questions usually about ground truth when you go backwards and you're like, well, I didn't collect this data, but this is how I interpret it. Nobody really likes when you take that perspective. They like it when the data set, the person who creates the data and releases the data talks about the data. So if you want to do this, CTFs would be amazing, especially if you have like a separate virtual environment for each participant, but you have to document. Remember that these data sets are probably not going to be used by somebody who's in security. They will probably be used by somebody who's trying to learn machine learning or trying to train an algorithm, but they're not going to look at how the data set was really created. That's kind of on the creator until you get disproven on a public paper, and you don't want to go down that route. All right. Thank you for your attention. I'm 3 minutes early. Can I answer any questions?
So I'm taking a peek in the live chat, and I don't see anything quite yet. And nothing coming in on YouTube. I think you just kind of blew everybody's mind. They're absorbing
I was trying to go slow.
If you want to hop over into track 4 lobby or live chat, that way folks can ask any follow-up questions, and you can share your resources that you had in your slides. And if you're going to share your slide deck at some point, just most people, that's what they've been asking. It's going to be available there. So thank you so much for your time today, Heather. It's wonderful to see you.
Thank you, Tabitha. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you for all that you do. All right. Well, we'll see you soon. All right. Well, we're going to have a brief little wait before our next talk. And while we do, I just wanted to mention a few things. The silent auction is live. So there's some great items available there to go take a look at. And don't forget, if you're on the Discord server, to go and visit all of our wonderful sponsors. I should probably throw up the sponsor slide. To give them some attention and thank them for participating and supporting our conference today, so this could all be possible. And while you're there, be sure to get your postcard stamped, and then once it's final, mail it off, and you'll be entered to win something in our raffle. Welcome back. We're in track 4, and now we've got Dave Mattingly. His bio is quite impressive. Sending space shuttles to orbit, things like that. That's pretty cool. And today he's going to talk with us about something that I'm very sure nobody has ever experienced in this industry or any other industry, imposter syndrome. So not too much further to go. Go ahead and let you take it away there, Dave.
Thank you. All right. It looks like people can see the slides as well.
You're rocking it.
All right. Double check my advancing here. No, I have to be on the other screen to do that. All right. Imposter syndrome. That is the feeling that you don't really know what you're doing. You don't belong here. Everybody. Can you hear me all right? Okay. Everybody else knows more than you, and any day they're going to find out that you're just making this up, and you really have no clue what's happening. Well, that's called life, actually. So let's look at a little bit of what we've got. Here are ways to reach me, and I will put these into the chat as well over in the Discord. I have done a lot of things, and I continue to do a lot of things, like she mentioned. When I was a teenager, I went down to Florida and worked for NASA. I was over at the Cape. My wife used to work in Orlando, actually, for the County of Elections, timely as that is. That was back in the 80s. I was hired right after the Challenger blew up, before probably 2/3 of you were born. And I stayed around long enough to get them back into space. Got to stand at minimum safe distance. Whole chest and body was vibrating. Really, really cool stuff. After that, did a whole bunch of startups here and there. None of them last too long. Some corporate things. Did some Homeland Security right after 9/11 to do some bioterrorism things. Not to manufacture weapons, but to do the tech things, the IT stuff behind the scenes. Worked in finance, healthcare, a bunch of others. I do a lot of volunteering, just like our previous speaker in the data space. Locally, the Civic Data Alliance is our Code for America data brigade that is involved in the National Day of Civic Hacking every year. And long ago, if any of you remember Wolfenstein 3D, I worked with id Software to put that into a virtual reality arcade game, a full cabinet and everything. I wrote part of the interface to put at that point in the early 90s, it was like wearing a bicycle helmet with 2 small televisions on your face. Not highly advanced, but it was certainly a lot of fun to work with. I owned a publishing company for a long time, role-playing games, sci-fi, fantasy, horror novels, and a few other things here and there. And I sometimes preach and do things for the Christian Gamers Guild in the role-playing industry. Apart from that, I just kind of make things up as I go. My full-time right now is actually data analytics in healthcare space with an emphasis on security. Imposter syndrome. When we are struggling with the imposter syndrome, I feel like here is what I know, this tiny bit, and everybody else knows this giant bit, but I only know one little part of it. Everybody else knows more than me and is better than me, can do more than me. But the reality is that there's what I know is still the same amount, but everybody else knows different parts, roughly as much as I do, but slightly different. And we have some overlap. They know things I don't. I know things they don't. The imposter syndrome is the psychological feeling that we are inadequate and that something is going to happen. The shoe is going to drop. The house of cards is going to fall. Since I'm just faking it as I go, it's all going to come down and I will end up in ignominy and disgrace, whatever ignominy means. But that's really just a trick that our brain is playing. And if we learn that, it's a lot easier to deal with. Maybe confidence isn't the absence of insecurity, but knowing that you have real worth despite it. Tabitha, when she introduced me, mentioned that that it has never happened in any other industry or this industry, but we know that's not quite true. I'm involved in lots of different areas, tribes, industries, whatever, everything from theater and comedy and costumes and publishing and all of that to software and security and entrepreneurship and a bunch of others. And almost any time I go to a large conference for an industry, one of the conferences that takes 1 or 2 or 3 full days and they have multiple tracks, there's almost always a talk about imposter syndrome. Whether you're looking at a conference for best-selling authors or for neurologists or anything, it is universal. And it looks and feels like it's bad, a big thing, but I actually look at it myself as a positive, a sign of growth. A little about me. I'll kind of breeze through some of this. Did a lot in radio, music, have done a little bit in movies, was in the arts, including the textile industry, made my own costumes, won some contests, things like that. Done some improv, some theater. Last year, I took a shot at writing my first stage comedy. I have done comedy for myself, improv primarily, and when I do public speaking, whether that's a seminar or a sermon or whatever it might be, it tends to have a lot of humor. But this is the first time that I had tried writing comedy for other people to perform, and they liked it so much they made it the first skit in that performance run, and wanted me to add to it, make it longer, which never happens. So try new things. Like I said, I did a lot of aerospace, security, video games. That key symbol is the old symbol for PASS, Professional Association of SQL Server. The Civic Data Alliance, TF, I founded a technology conference, TechFest. That pound hack is the Indigenous hack. And that is the worldwide Christian hackathon. They'll do things like advance the cause of anti-human trafficking and a lot of things like that. Spoken at DerbyCon, several other things, written some Lexis skills for fun because it sounded interesting. I hadn't done it before. Publishing, did everything from newspapers, magazines, ebooks, physical books. I even have written crossword puzzles, which makes me a cruciverbalist. I went to the University of Louisville, where besides engineering, math, and computer science, my actual technical degree, also minored in psychology and philosophy. So I loved learning about how the physical world works, how the science, mathematics behind the scenes of the physical world works and make it work. Also psychology, how our brains work, and philosophy, how the metaphysics work. I wanted to know everything. I still want to. Done a lot of startups, done some physical things. I have, in my 20s, came to a Christ, became a believer. So now I do some preaching as well, whether that's prison ministries or reaching out to specific groups of nerds. That could be, Fans for Christ, Christian Gamers Guild, the Grave Robbers, who reach out to Christian goths and punks, things like that. And this is just a small part of my life, not to try to brag or anything like that. Any of you could fill up 5 slides like this with all the things that you do and know and continue to learn and figure out as we go. When I first got into looking at imposter syndrome, watching me step back. 15 years ago, I had a stroke, had to learn to walk and talk again. It was fairly mild, and I was younger. I'll say young-ish, maybe, when it happened. Younger than the average stroke victim, let's say. So I was able to overcome it a little faster and perhaps a little better than a lot of stroke survivors. Because of that, now, my brain did suffocate and die. There were things I could no longer do. There were things I know that I used to be able to do, and I could see it. I just couldn't make it work in my head. Some aspects of coding, some of the class abstractions and stuff were really hard for me to get my head around. The one thing that really did stick with me, though, was data. All the data analysis, the relations, the data mining, security, that was all still very strong. So around that point, I changed my career focus from software development to data analysis. I started to think of the software as basically a means of collecting or delivering data. Software was just the thing that got you to the thing, that thing being the data. And I've been mostly in the data space ever since. And I have a lot of fun with it. But as I was recovering from my stroke, the speech therapy helped, but what helped me more was getting involved in a group called Toastmasters, which is an international group that can help you with your public speaking ability by getting a bunch of people together who all want to improve their speaking ability. We give speeches to each other and then get verbal and written feedback immediately and advance through the ranks, things like that. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so good. And I just loved it. 1 year I gave 50 speeches by going to different areas and lots of things. And that really helped me a lot. One thing, though, that actually has helped me probably more than most is improv comedy. And it sounds like that's probably a stressful thing if you've never done it. But to me, it's actually a stress reducer. Well, yeah, sure. Oh my gosh, you're in the morning and the number is wrong on this report. What are we going to do? Well, we'll change the number. It's okay. I mean, yesterday I was a firefighter. That was also a bunny rabbit. We can figure this out. It's not that hard. There are a lot of books that I have read over the years that have been very impactful. One of the really fun ones is How to Be Legendary. It's one of those general self-help type books, but it's done in the style of you are the action movie hero of your own life. And it's a really fun read. Reality is Broken from Jane McGonigal, who was at one point considered the most influential woman in the field of computer games and related studies. Very interesting. It looks in the psychology of why we play. Yes, and is a good look at improv comedy, what it is, how it works, why it works. The Cult of Done Manifesto isn't a book. In fact, that is the entire thing. It's only 100 or so words. It's a nice way, at least for me, to put something into action, get off my butt and move, act, do something. We're Not Sure Success is a general motivational book. There are a lot of similar ones. That one, I guess, hit me at the right time and the right way. How Would You Move Mount Fuji is one of those puzzle interview question books. So it's to look at your thought process, ask you a very strange, maybe even impossible question, just to see what your thought process is along the way. It's filled with some very interesting questions. The 5 Love Languages is a great way to learn to better relate to people. It says love languages, but it doesn't have to be a romantic thing. It's any kind of relationship. It's great, actually, in the office as well. Personality Plus is one of the many looks at our psychologies. It's very similar to the Discover, the DISC method people use. This one uses the older terms for those same personality or temperaments, as they're called, which goes back actually to Hippocrates, the father of modern medicine, the Hippocratic Oath. He thought they might have been based on body fluids, so they're all named after those things. That part is a little weird, but it is a very, very useful way to learn about ourselves and others. The last one is blank because I'm always looking for and reading new things. I like to learn. I love meeting new people, learning new things, trying new things. I fail at a lot of things because I'm, the new guy at most things that I do. Try to push my comfort zone out a little more each day or each week, whatever it is that I can do. Again, ways to reach me. The way that I look at imposter syndrome is primarily that it means I'm not sure what I'm doing right now, which means I am learning. I'm in the process of getting better. I could do the same thing that I know all the time. That sounds kind of boring. Or I could try new things. I could constantly advance my skills, my career, push my comfort zone out until it's not even really a zone. The comfort zone becomes, reality itself. I'm always happy to put myself out there, try new things, do new things. I often don't know what I'm doing. And when I don't know what I'm doing, I realize, I'm doing the right thing. If I don't know what I'm doing, I am learning and doing and trying and practicing. And that will get me better than I was yesterday. That's all I officially have on imposter syndrome here today. So I would love to take your questions and comments. Jump back here to the Discord. And Tabitha, if you want to jump in as well.
Sure. Let's take a look at what we got here. Let's see here. I know for me personally that the 5 love languages has been really transformative for like you said, it's not just for intimate relationships, but it's very useful for understanding how to communicate in a way that makes sense to anybody that you've got to communicate, another human, basically. We use it with our children just to understand what their kind of needs are, to make sure that we're speaking in a way that meets their needs.
When you realize the people around you don't do things just to annoy you, they do them because that's the way that they understand you or reality or whatever.
It was interesting that I like that you touched on your rehabilitation after having a stroke. Actually, one of my closest friends is a speech language pathologist, and some of the work that they do is centered around these kind of community-centric activities where they're building the stroke victims are helping one another rehabilitate themselves rather than it being more of a clinician-directed activity. And to hear that Toastmasters kind of served that similar function for you is really cool. So we've got a question here from Jeremiah. I'm going to add it to the screen. Let's see, did it show? There we go. What's your favorite book to help getting over imposter syndrome?
Well, I'd probably say my favorite book to get over it isn't really technically a book. It's action is the best way to get over imposter syndrome. If you do want to lean on books, or might not lean on, but get more into it. How to Be Legendary, actually, the first one that I mentioned is a very good one. And in the Cult of Done Manifesto, even though it's only a couple hundred words or less, that is a nice way to get beyond it. To realize that, in essence, none of us know what we're doing, but that's okay. If you knew what you were doing, then that's all you would do or think. For my case, in my stroke, a part of my brain had died. I couldn't make that part alive again. So what I had to do was to train the rest of my brain to work around that part not being there anymore. So I had to give myself new neural pathways by learning and thinking and trying different things. And the more I did that, the stronger those new neural pathways got, and the more neural pathways that I got, which would give me more mental options. So, you know, I play mental games, whether that's word games, things like that. I go places and do things that are foreign to me, because that gives me more of a basis for my my future strength.
Makes total sense. Thanks for that.
There was a story of Neil Gaiman. Well, you've probably heard of Neil Gaiman, the author. At a party, he's talking with a particular guy. That person over there, I'd love to go say hi, but I can't do anything like that. That's really an important person. But Neil said, well, but you were the first person to walk on the moon, so at least there's that. That it doesn't matter who you are. None of us are experts on everything. None of us can be. And in fact, even in my own specialized field, the more I learn, the more I realize I don't know. And you know, the field keeps advancing around me, so I might try to narrow my specialty a little bit more. I can never keep up. I know that. So it's just a matter of finding the things that I think are the most worthwhile and focusing on those.
Chris at night asks, what's a way to get back the spark that imposter syndrome might have suppressed?
Well, I'm full of spark already. I'm not sure. As a kid, I mean, going to college and learning about math and computers and psychology and philosophy, and I had a radio show at the same time and an orange mohawk and a bunch of it's. I was the only guy like that, you know, at the college, you know, maybe in the world at the time, no telling. So I've always had, I guess you call it a verve or a lust for life. There's so much out there to do and learn and know. Why would I want to just do the same thing all the time? So for me, I didn't feel like my spark was suppressed from imposter syndrome. Some of my ability may have seemed, you know, less than it had been. But what I focus on is not where I was, not what I have done, whether that's good or bad, but what are the possibilities before me today? You know, today's the first day of the rest of your life, all of that. Why not just change your future starting right now? And that's what gives me the psychic energy. And I guess the other thing would be being involved in multiple tribes, I guess you would call it, you know, at the same time. I've got, you know, my theater friends, my comedy friends, my robotics friends, my cybersecurity friends, my church friends, my outreach homeless volunteer friends, my deaf and blind and things like that. By moving from group to group and always being part of that, it's easy to like cross the streams and say, wow, this group is doing another really cool thing. You know, that way I seem, you know, nerdy at church, and I seem churchy at work, and I seem theatrical out in the mission field, or whatever it is, and that's fine. That means I never really fit in, but why would we want to?
I think that also it gives you the opportunity to utilize the skill sets that you're picking up and the different interests that you've developed from each of these various groups and share them with the other groups for the benefit of the group as a whole, and maybe for somebody else that's in that group that might not realize that these other interests, these other subject matters are available to them, and then they can, you know, look to you maybe for guidance to get jump started there.
Yeah, my old improv teacher taught me two things that apply to all of life and have really helped me out. One is to get comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Yeah, for sure.
Don't always try doing the same things. Don't always stick with what you know. Try new things. If you're cooking a recipe, then what happens if I put a bunch of garlic into my cake? Who knows? Try something. And the other one is that awesome is on the other side of fear. We have to do something we're afraid of to get better and reach what we need.
Absolutely. And I think that one thing that's just helped me a bit is people don't pay as much attention to you as you think they might. So when you're trying something new, not being afraid of basically making a fool of yourself, because most people aren't paying attention to you. They're mostly consumed with their own thoughts. So
Yeah.
I don't
I often
see
go
any
out of
other.
my way to fail or make a fool out of myself, just to make other people feel a little more comfortable.
Yeah.
Or in a big presentation, the whole company and the CEO just says something, and everybody's, oh my gosh, what? And I'll ask a dumb question. The next guy who wanted to ask a question, I wasn't sure, but at least I'm not that guy. Now I can ask
Gotcha.
my question because Dave was an idiot.
I see that. All right. Interesting take. Okay, so at this point, I don't see any other questions coming in, either in the chat there or in the comments section on YouTube. So if you want to go, I know you've been hanging out in the chat room today on Discord for track 4 in the live chat. If anybody has
I'm
any additional
volunteering
questions.
with the mental health hackers. So stop by
Awesome.
the village for mental health hackers if you want to learn more about psychology and how to deal with burnout or stress or whatever else
Super
might be on
important.
your mind here in this what is often considered a high stress, high turnover field.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your time today and sharing all of your knowledge and wisdom with us. And if anybody wants to catch up with Dave, you can find him in the chat room here in just a moment.
Sounds good. I'll see you all next time.
Thanks.
Bye. All.
Well, hello, and welcome back. We're here now with Alex Kirk, who's an open source security veteran with 10 years working with SourceFire, time with Tenable, and most recently with working with Zeek Bro at Corelight. He often can be seen at various security conferences, and he's here today to share with us. His presentation is Zeek Bro and IDS, Detection Methodology in the Modern SOC. How are you doing today, Alex?
Excellent. Thanks for the introduction.
No problem. I'll get out of your way and let you do your thing now.
All right. Thank you very much. So at the risk of repeating very briefly, just a bit about who I am. As mentioned in the bio, I've been kind of a commercial open source guy for the last 16 years, and that means working with big open source projects at commercial vendors. I've done that in a role first as a researcher, where I was doing everything from putting together our first malware sandbox back at SourceFire and establishing our global threat intelligence sharing program, and later on as a sales engineer, working at Cisco, covering brand name kind of accounts and enterprise organizations dealing with all of their security issues. And most recently, I've been named the global principal for Suricata here at Corelight as we've brought that program into our product line. I've also been a frequent speaker at conferences around the globe, everywhere from SANS to a variety of other Bsides. I'd actually been doing the Southeastern Bsides tour before COVID hit, and so it feels good to be back among the Bsides folks today. So hopefully this is going to be entertaining as well as informative for you today. So a little bit about setting up the question here. A lot of people, when they're trying to figure out what Zeek, formerly known as Bro, actually is, there's a lot of hits on the internet talking about it being an IDS. And even, Corelight as a company, who are folks that are founded out of the creators of the Zeek Bro project, were asking that question on YouTube a couple of years ago because it was such a common and prevalent thing out in the field there. And it's no surprise, given that this all came out of a paper from Vern Paxson, the inventor of the tool back at Berkeley, who was talking about detecting network intruders with this tool. And there's been a variety of other kind of commercial implementations of this open source technology over the years that have built it as an IDS. And so it's one of those things that it is very kind of conventional wisdom in the industry, especially for those who are just starting to dig into what the technology is actually all about. And this is kind of a feeling that people would get, that it's detection focused and oriented first and foremost too by reading the Zeek and Corelight blogs over the course of the past year. There have been a ton of call outs where we have open sourced packages to detect vulnerabilities ranging from, curveball at the start of the year all the way through a variety of, other encryption related things that have gone on through the year. But, everybody wants to kind of highlight when there is a big detection because big vulnerabilities always make big news. And so you have the cycle of interest in things, talking about things and focusing on things that, may or may not actually be a core piece of what any given technology is really all about. And, so you take all that and you think, well, maybe it really is an IDS, it's just of a different stripe. But then you get into the reality that it's typically deployed alongside Suricata, whether that's in a security onion style setup with Elastic as a visualizer, that is in a broader technology suite of open source tools. There's a whole variety of different vendors that put well-known IDS that everybody agrees fits the classical definition of intrusion detection system in Suricata directly alongside Zeek. And so at that point, you have to wonder, okay, well, why do these things not overlap so heavily that it makes sense to have them deployed side by side? And to answer that question, you really want to dive into the process of, okay, so how exactly do you investigate alerts out in an IDS? Say you've got this pile of Suricata signatures showing up for a host that is downloading an executable file and then making a check-in to command and control on the far side of that. Well, you're going to want to know details like what's the hash of that executable file so that you can go look it up across other parts of your organization and within external threat feeds so that you can understand exactly, what variety of malware this was. You're going to want to know, we know that this was served off of a web server with this IP address, but we'd really like to know, what was the URL that it was at? What was the domain name that was involved? What kind of threat intelligence can we glean from this to be able to, again, investigate further within our organization and cycle back into the community for indicators of compromise? As well as, of course, we're going to want to know all the things that this host has been doing on the network since the time of this compromise. We really want to be able to scope, whether they're port scanning internally to try to move laterally, whether perhaps they've been sending spam out or doing click fraud or, whatever the botnet activity du jour might be. But it's all about getting into the network metadata surrounding that host once you get those alerts to, validate their efficacy in determining that something bad has gone on in the first place, but also in terms of triaging things from that point forward. And so really what you want to have is clear record of things that are taking place on the network. And that's exactly what Zeek provides. The core function of Zeek really is not so much to detect things as it is to log activity on your network. And those logs are split into a series of distinct protocol level logs, ranging from kind of your layer 4 connection log that's similar to a NetFlow in that it's going to have IP addresses and ports and byte flow sizes on a connection basis. But linked into those through a UID that is laid down on a per connection basis, you're going to have layer 7 information. You're going to have even data about the files that are crossing layer 7 protocols. And these logs here that we're showing as a visual representation are part of a group of about 50 distinct logs that go through basically all of the major protocols that are going to be present on your network that you'd be interested in capturing forensic information on if you wanted to know what happened around the alerts that you're attempting to investigate within your network. And the reason, of course, that Zeek is the way that it is actually takes a little bit of history to dig into, so bear with me on this slide for just a moment. Vern Paxson, who was and still is a professor of computer science at UC Berkeley, was one of the original authors of TCP dump. And he was attempting to use it for forensics at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab and at UC Berkeley campus. And he realized very quickly that doing so was very much needle in a haystack crazy. There was simply too much information to try to dig through and full packet capture of things that even in the 1990s were, gigabit networks in some places. And NetFlow was the other tool that was available to him for metadata purposes for kind of tracking hosts in this sequence of compromise and investigation. But the problem was that NetFlow didn't provide anything at that layer 7 that you really need to be able to understand when you're talking about application layer attacks. And so he actually wrote what was known at the time as Bro for its reference to Big Brother and essentially seeing all things in the environment. And it was explicitly designed to be able to give you all of the forensic information that you might glean from full packet capture, but without the heavy load of storage and memory to analyze and human cycles to try to parse through manually. This is designed as the fast forward button on being able to see what's going on the network without giving too much information overload in the process. And going back to Suricata for just a moment, you might say, well, wait a minute, doesn't Suricata already have this in the form of the Eve logs? And the reality of that set of logs by comparison, the Suricata authors know that Zeek adoption certainly is not 100% of Suricata users. There is a great deal of overlap between the communities, but it's certainly not perfect. And the folks over at the OISF totally understand the importance of metadata in investigating IDS alerts. And so the eVlogs actually supply a kind of a subset of what is provided by Zeek. It's highly targeted, the most valuable bits of metadata for Suricata users. This is things like URLs and HTTP, but not the level of depth you'd be getting into on SMB or Kerberos or NTLM or some of the other things that Zeek digs further into. But the reality of the eVlogs is that those were kind of added later on in the Suricata project, several years into the production availability of Suricata as a thing. They began to add those logs on. And so it's been kind of it's a nice addition to the software, but it's an add-on and not a fundamental kind of core function of what it does. And so what you'll find is that these logs, while useful in plenty of cases, are not going to have that same level of depth and ability to operate at high speed across large networks that you're going to get out of Zeek that was designed to do this logging from the ground up. And I think the thing that really says that there's a place for both eVlogs as well as Zeek logs when you're doing investigation of Suricata events is simply the fact that the Suricata and the Zeek development teams are very friendly, despite this apparent overlap in their missions. And friendly enough, in fact, that one of the core Zeek developers, Chrisian McLaughlin, actually was speaking at Suricon back in 2018 and introducing the community ID open source protocol that is designed to explicitly link Suricata logs with Zeek metadata so that you can pivot between those two rapidly and use them in conjunction. And so, while again, there is some overlap between the two things, they're different technologies and, designed for kind of different levels of users and use cases at the end of the day. So that all said, to back up a little bit and talk about other things that Zeek can do. I did highlight all of these detections that are being open sourced by Corelight this year. And where these detections are typically done are protocol anomalies and other sort of pieces of understanding a layer 7 piece of technology at that protocol dissection level that allows you to do things that are less common in a signature-driven IDS. And as an example here, I want to talk about that curveball vulnerability, the one that the NSA actually brought to Microsoft's attention back in January because it allowed such trivial remote code execution across systems on the internet. And what you're looking at here is actually the core logic of the Zeek script that's necessary to detect this on the wire. And it's all driven by an event, which is the core of the Zeek scripting model. Everything is event-driven, an event being something happening on the network. And in this case, it's just an X509 certificate being detected and parsed. But because of the fact that, again, there's an entire X509 log and a full parser of these certificates to pull out all that forensics detail, the detection piece of this script is as simple here as if we have a certificate that was being passed in, and it has a key algorithm, and that algorithm equals IDEC public key, and there is not a known curve being specified in that certificate, then we've triggered the vulnerable conditions for this CVE, and we want to go ahead and generate our notice and log certificate information back upstream. But from the perspective of somebody attempting to write this detection, this couldn't get simpler because of the fact that you have a scripting language that is driven based upon network events that fully parses all the data involved in those events, and you can dig into those kind of protocol anomalies directly natively as a function of the scripting language. And this is in comparison to the suricata signature for this is not a particularly pretty beast because it's looking for binary strings within a certificate that is not parsed out and broken out into different kind of protocol buffers and normalized and all those sorts of understandings done to it. And so you've got to do a great deal of kind of breaking things apart in Wireshark and looking at what the actual byte strings are and ensuring that they're in particular places. And it's messy work at best. And so, there certainly are places where Zeek performs that IDS-like functionality, perhaps even better than a traditional IDS. But the reality of why it never gained adoption widespread as a more, vulnerability-focused IDS is because, well, it has its own set of detection problems. Technically, you can get to the full byte stream of an HTTP response and attempt to operate upon it. But the scripting language, is again, it's event-driven and it's protocol structure-driven. It does a poor job of actually dealing with byte streams and positions of data within them without being able to overlay structure on top of them in the form of a protocol parser. And so the reality of that is that you're not seeing detections for things like JavaScript document object model vulnerabilities that show up inside of an HTML web page that, as I think all of us here know, is anything like normal when it comes to its structure and ability to be parsed in a coherent and rational basis. And so as a result of that, there haven't been a lot of detections being written in the Zeek community at all over the last few years, simply because those types of vulnerabilities have been, most prevalent within the industry for the better part of the last decade or more, as opposed to those protocol-driven vulnerabilities that tended to be more frequent earlier around the turn of the century. And so a lot of folks had sort of backed off on I think, doing a lot of detections in Zeek. And it's only been, recently that as Corelight's research team has grown and we've been open sourcing a lot of capabilities, you've seen a lot of detections being written, outside of MITRE's Bazaar package, which has been greatly acclaimed due to its linkage to the attack framework that everybody loves to talk about so much. So, going back to the question of event review and how do I deal with events and, talking about where Zeek's place in the modern SOC actually is, bear with me for just a slide while I talk about something else that you know about already, which is the IDS alert overload problem. But to just kind of put this in quick numbers perspective, the SANS 2019 SOC survey says basically the average SOC gets about 10,000 alerts per day, and is typically staffed by between 2 and 10 analysts who are tasked with actually reviewing events as opposed to standing up the systems that generate them. And if you take for a second the fact that there's 480 minutes in your standard 8-hour shift, and you pretend that humans are robots and are going to work perfectly through that entire shift, then you're still left, even with 10 analysts going over things, with 1,000 alerts per analyst per shift, which is going to work out to something like 2 alerts per minute that people need to actually resolve to keep up with the pace of what's inbound, when the reality is that it's typically 10 or more minutes to deal with any given alert. And so we as an industry need to do something about being able to process these detections a lot faster and deal with them in order to just keep up with what our tooling is generating out there today. And really the reason I think that people are having such a hard time keeping up is kind of encapsulated by this hierarchy of incident response capabilities that was published by one of Microsoft's senior incident responders last year, that talks about the fact that in order to do all of the sort of sexy things where you're threat hunting and you understand your adversary's behaviors and you're doing tracking of threat actors and APT groups and all the stuff that management wants you to do, you need to have a base of all of the boring abilities that lead you into that capability level. You have to actually know what the hosts are on your network and what types of software are on them. And I can tell you from my time at Tenable that about half of the people that I asked, hey, is your CMDB up to date? Just literally laughed in my face because it's such a wild, wild west out there in terms of knowing what systems are out there in the first place and what software they have on top of them, to boot. And while folks oftentimes will have some level of telemetry at a north-south kind of an egress point, the number of people monitoring east-west or doing kind of deep network monitoring that goes beyond NetFlow are vanishingly scarce. And that makes it very difficult, when you get that detection coming in, to get to the telemetry information that you need to be able to figure out if something was a false positive or not. And if it was actually a legitimate hit, be able to see who else is seeing these things in your environment, what that host has been doing, get that triage going on. And these layers at the end of the day are boring. They don't generate news headlines. They don't show up on hacker shows on TV. They're considered, repetitive and boring by the people who actually have to do them a lot of the time. And so they get ignored, and it leads to situations where, people kind of take for granted that, all right, I'm going to put everything into my SIM and just have the data I need from there. But the problem is that the process of putting data into their SIM ends up looking like this, where they're collecting, logging information from a variety of different production devices, ranging from application servers to security devices to endpoint software. And all of this information, yes, it's in one coherent place, sure, but it's got no concept of linkage or normalization or standardization between different formats being written by different vendors who are potentially competing with each other. And so you're stuck in a reality where you have to massage all these different things into some coherent whole that can be thrown off by something as mundane as timestamps queue. Management doesn't understand this because they're not at the level of detail necessary to see this problem. And nobody wants to report up that it's taken a year to try to normalize the data in the SIM and they still haven't got anywhere. And so again, the mundane telemetry information that is the foundation of a successful InfoSec program gets ignored and ends up being in the way when you try to do more complex applications later on. And so realistically, what I would suggest that everybody running a SOC or trying to build one from scratch or whatever be doing is taking open source Zeek or, hey, commercial Corelight if you've got the cycles for it, and doing a passive instrumentation on the network so that you get unified telemetry information about everything that's going on your network. You can send up to that SIM in a happy, normalized format so that you don't have to worry about linking together all this information and can actually approach some of the more interesting parts of your job, like implementing that UEBA or writing a SOAR playbook, or if management demands it, putting in an AI and an ML system and hoping that they don't spew out too many false positives. But having all that mundane kind of data normalization taken care of for you is going to make all of these things that you actually want to do much easier. And that's one of the reasons, too, why Corelight as a company, we've been offering Zeek on commercial appliances for several years and have recently added Suricata, decided to, instead of simply running these two in parallel without a lot of linkage between them, went ahead and made it an engineering point to feed those Suricata alerts back into the Zeek scriptland engine and extend the Zeek UIDs into the Suricata alerts directly, so that you've got an even more directly integrated output being sent upstream for analysis. And a sample of where this actually makes things a lot easier is in a Phantom playbook that I'm going to walk you through very briefly here in my remaining time. That is open source, again, available on the Corelight GitHub today, that goes after one of the most common kind of noisy alerts within any given SOC, which is I've got a potentially malicious DNS name coming out of my Suricata that I want to investigate. And what it's able to do by virtue of having that UID directly in the Suricata alert is query straight back into the DNS logs and find out, was an answer actually given back to that DNS query? Because if it was an NX domain or it simply didn't get a response at all because a firewall blocked something, a human analyst doesn't need to go chase that one down. But if answers actually came back, we come through and, for all the IP addresses that are returned, query the connection logs to find out if the host that made that DNS query made connections to any of the answered IPs. And if they did and there was data on any of those streams, be able to pull all that layer 7 information out and say, hey, for HTTP, I want the host, the URI, the user agent, the MIME type of the response files, all these pieces of metadata. For SSL connections, I want to have the certificate validation status, the JA3 hash, the organization information, a completely different set of metadata. For files that have come down across the network, because we've got hashes that are pre-calculated by virtue of extracting all these things across the network, it's easy to drop them into a virus total to figure out if they were known malicious. And then again, we're able to loop back and say on any of these connections that were generated, were any Suricata events generated to give additional context and kill multiple birds with one stone, so that you can, as an analyst, instead of having to do all these queries yourself, be able to come in and see a screen like this and say, yeah, this is a problem and I want to remediate it upstream. If you want additional information on these playbooks, this URL is an excellent place to go watch a video where I break them down in great detail. But again, it's all coming from that foundational telemetry layer and the fact that it's easily glued together and normalized with your detection, enabling these kinds of detection technologies. And so, at the end of the day, it's all about integrated capabilities. Doesn't really matter what a given tool is called, as long as it's solving problems within your team's workflows and it's open and compatible across your technology stack, across multiple vendors because it's open source, and of course, across all of your working teams. Because one of the things, that I think we all need to remember as security folks is that our relationship with our network folks is often terrible, even here in 2019 and 2020. And so having tools that can be cross-functional across those departments is going to be hugely important to building those layer 8 bridges that are going to help organizations do better in defending themselves at the end of the day. So thank you very much, folks. I'll be around for any questions on Discord, given the lack of time now.
Hey, thank you so much, Alex. I appreciate you sharing everything that you had today. If you want to go hop over into the Track 4 lobby or the Track 4 live chat so folks can connect with you to ask any questions after this, that would be great.
Cool. Good.
And we'll be right back with our next talk in just a moment. We're back and ready to go. I think this is the last track we've got for today in track 4. We're excited to introduce Gyle de la Cruz, who is trained as a psychologist and is here to share some tips and insight on mental first aid, which, given this year, it is incredibly relevant, even more so than normally. So I'm going to turn it over to you, and you can take it from there.
Thank you very much, Tabitha. Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm actually connected from Melbourne, Australia. So I'm based here in Australia, and to everyone there, good afternoon or good evening. So thank you very much for listening in or watching this presentation. So I'm going to be talking about mental health first aid. It's an overview because the mental health first aid class is actually more than like an hour or something. It's actually a 2-day class here in Australia. Okay, so what will these are the things that I'll be covering. So I'll have a little bit of intro, then definitions, prevalence of mental health illness, why do we need, what is mental health first aid, and why do we need it, and then what's this mental health first aid plan, and then talk about something about cultural background. Okay. Now, so as Tabitha mentioned, I basically trained as a psychologist before I shifted to tech and then focused on InfoSec. So I have a graduate certificate in incident response from SANS Institute and a master's in cybersecurity from UNSW Canberra. And so I live in Melbourne, the most livable city here. So we just got out of our lockdown 2.0. So we still have some restrictions in terms of traveling, but basically we can still, go out, and we do wear masks. Okay. And I'm a accredited mental health first aider standard because we have different types of training. Like there's a mental health first aid for teenagers. There's mental health first aid training for elderly people. And I volunteer with the Mental Health Hackers and other organizations. So currently I work as a cyber threat analyst, and I work from home. All my colleagues are in New Zealand, so I work for Cyber Research New Zealand. If you want to reach out, my DMs are always open. You can send me like DMs on Twitter at GyleDC. Okay, now, so first of all, before I start talking about mental health first aid, I just want to clarify. Let's define what is mental health. Okay, so this one is actually taken from the World Health Organization. This is their definition. So when we talk about mental health, it is a state of well-being in which a person can realize his or her abilities, and they can cope with the normal stresses of life, and they can work productively, and they're able to contribute to their community. Okay, so that is the definition of mental health. Okay, now, so I have a slide here. So of course it's different when it's like online versus like live and all those things. So, but those who are like watching, who's like watching it live, when you see this particular picture, what comes into your mind? Okay, anyone there? I'm gonna look at the comments or something. Okay, yeah. So anyone? So when you look at this one, okay, so maybe you're like thinking, yes, you're jumping for joy. So this is a very exuberant, photo, okay? And then, what about this one? Okay, so anyone? Okay, so maybe, okay, so could be that you have like extreme frustration, okay, or it could be like you feel like so down, okay. So these two photos shows you the gamut, like the range of emotions that we could experience in a certain day or certain period. Okay, and then these are the things that will basically, you know, define what we typically say as like mental health, our mental health. But when we define mental health, it is more than just emotions. We're looking at whether we are able to function in, you know, our day-to-day lives, whether we become productive, whether we are able to contribute to our contributions. So we are like going beyond emotions when we're talking about mental health. Okay. Now, so I trained under Mental Health First Aid Australia, and this is the definition of mental health. So it is a continuum. So you can range, as I showed earlier, we have like emotions, like, you know, happiness, excitement, and to, you know, grief or frustration. Okay, so when we talk about mental health, it's actually a continuum. So it can range from having good mental health to having mental illness. So it is possible as you go along in, you know, in your life, a person can vary the position along this continuum. It could be like they have good mental health, or they could have like, you know, some mental health issues, or it could be that they have episodic, you know, issues. So this is actually a continuum. Okay. Now, let's define, you know, certain terms here. So when we talk about mental health, you know, I have like a mental health problem. It could be, okay, you have what is called a mental disorder or mental illness. So when we talk about mental disorder or illness, that means there was a diagnosis. It's a diagnosis that there was an illness that affects a person's thinking or your emotional state and behavior, and this will disrupt your ability to work or carry out daily activities, and it also will disrupt your ability to engage in satisfying personal relationships. So this is the definition of a mental disorder or mental illness. Now, when we talk about mental health problem, it is a broader term. So it's like a wider, you know, umbrella. It includes both, you know, mental disorder, mental illnesses, and symptoms of these illnesses. And this mental health problem is not severe enough to classify, or, you know, you will have like a clinician or, you know, a mental health professional diagnose you as having a mental illness. So mental health problem could also cover, you know, instances when you have crisis in life, like having suicidal thoughts. Okay, so that would be considered a mental health problem. So this is like the definition. So it's clear like what we're going to be like, you know, when we talk about providing first aid. So if there's anyone here who has done, you know, the typical first aid training, you do know that first aid is something that you give to someone, then suddenly there was an illness or an accident. At that point in time, it's like, think of it, it's like stopping further bleeding, but there's help on its way, or you're about to rush the person to the hospital or a medical clinic. So that's first aid. So think of mental health first aid as something that you provide to someone who has this need for support. Okay. So this is quite interesting. So when I first did this talk before, in the DEFCON group, I actually look at statistics in terms of prevalence of mental health problems. So in Australia, we have 1 in every 5 Australians that suffers from mental illness in a given year. And the top 3 mental health problems are anxiety, depression, and substance abuse. And then I look at the statistics in the US. So in the US, it's the same, you know, in Australia, 1 in every 5 Australians. In the US, 1 in every 5 adults, they will experience mental illness. But this was based on the 2018 numbers. I wasn't able to get like 2019 numbers. And the interesting thing is that the top 3 mental health conditions, anxiety, major depressive episode, PTSD. So the first 2 is similar to the top 2 mental health problems in Australia. So the USA and Australia, they have the top 2 mental health problems are the same: anxiety, depression. Okay. Now, when we talk about intervention in terms of, you know, mental health, there is this, you know, think of it like you have 3 phases. First is prevention. Okay, so once again, I just want to clarify, when we talk about mental health, it is a spectrum. Okay, so you're well here, okay, and part of making sure that your mental health is okay is making sure that you have, prevention techniques or mechanisms in place, okay, and then we have early intervention, okay, and then we have treatment. So at this point, wherein you're, mentally well to becoming unwell, okay, to, being unwell, this particular stage here, okay, this is where mental health first aid can help. So this is what, if you encounter any colleagues or family members, loved ones, or community members wherein you can sense that they're not doing well, this is where your mental health first aid training can help, okay? Now, just to clarify, we're not, treating them. We don't, as mental health first aiders, our goal is to help them. It's part of the early intervention and provide, maybe information, support to help them seek treatment, okay? So we are not going to be doing any, we're not going to diagnose anyone. Okay, so this is basically what mental health first aid is. It is the help that we offer to a person who's, developing a mental health problem. So remember the definition, mental health problem, different from mental illness. Or it could be that they have an existing mental health problem and it is worsening. Or it could be that they have a mental health crisis. So let me just go back here. Okay, so this is where this part wherein we go in as mental health first aiders. We're doing, prevention and early intervention, okay? So this is like there is an existing, issue, or it's becoming worse, or they're about to develop. And then remember that first aid is given until, you have an appropriate professional help, or until the crisis resolves. So that is the goal of the first aid. So the mental health first aid course or class does not teach you to provide any diagnosis or therapy. So this is just early intervention. Think of that, okay? By the way, if you have any questions or comments, okay, just feel free to pop it in the comments there. Okay, and if you're in Discord, if you're like watching this through the streaming, there's like comments there, and then there's also Discord. Okay, I'm just being mindful of the time. I'm just checking the time here. Okay, so what does the class, teach? When you go through mental health first aid training, it teaches you how to recognize cluster of symptoms of different illnesses and cluster of symptoms of mental health crisis. Okay, and it also provides you, how to offer, it also helps you how to offer and provide help to someone who may be experiencing a mental health crisis. Okay, and this will also help you how to guide a person towards appropriate treatments and other supportive help. Okay, so this is the coverage of the MHFA course. So I'm really glad that I got a chance to talk here in Bsides Orlando, so that I'm able to reach out to people, and hopefully I'm able to, influence you into taking, mental health first aid training from, let's just say, if you're in the US or other parts of the world. Okay. Now, why is there a need for mental health first aid? Okay. So a lot of the times, okay, people don't really talk about, their, personal issues, depending on culture, it may be you're a little bit more open, or it could be that you don't really talk about it, but your, performance at work or in school could be, affected. And as I showed earlier in an earlier slides, 1 in 5 Australians, 1 in 5, Americans will experience, mental health problems. So it is very common. But this is not something that is widely talked about. It is something that is, actually quite taboo. And in certain cultures, it may even be like, something that's like, hidden, and it's something shameful to talk about. But there is no shame in talking about mental health. Like, for example, if you had an accident wherein, you accidentally cut your hand, or you're bleeding, you will actually, and if it needs, stitching, you go to a doctor, and there's nothing wrong with that. Or let's just say you have you strained your ankle, those, physical things that happen to us. We don't have any shame in going to the doctor to have, to make sure that, we have, like, let's just say we're prescribed the correct medication, or we, get the appropriate, treatment. But when it comes to mental health, it's still something that's quite taboo. And hopefully, but with this kind of like talk, the very fact that you are here listening to me or watching this in a YouTube means that you are interested in, helping others, or, resolving, some personal mental health problems. Okay. And then the thing is that not a lot of people are well informed. Okay, there's always this, stigma, or like, like different, cultural background. They have this, stereotypes about people, encountering mental health, problems or issues. Okay, and this leads to a lot of shame, and it also prevents people with mental health problems not, seeking help, or it could be they delay, the time that they need, that, they get help, because there are times wherein you really need to get the diagnosis and the support that you need, so that you are able to address your mental health issues. Okay, so, and sometimes it could be that the person who is having these mental health problems or issues, they may not aware, okay, that they need help. Or sometimes they need help, but they don't know where to get help. Okay? And this is where, as mental health first aiders, depending on your community or your countries of origin, there are different support available out there. Okay, sorry about that. I am like trying to avoid that light coming from the blinds here. Okay, now the other thing here is, okay, professional help. It's not always, available. Okay, it could be you are in a situation wherein there's you don't have access to this. Okay, now the thing with providing mental health first aid training is that it has been found effective, and it results in having better knowledge, better attitudes, and help giving. Okay. Okay, now when you go through the mental health first aid training, you are provided this, this acronym. It's called ALGEE, ALGEE. So this is the action plan. So basically, you approach the person, and then you assess and assist with any crisis. Okay, and then L stands for listen and communicate non-judgmentally. And then you give support and information. Okay, that's for G. And then E, you encourage the person to get appropriate professional help. And the last E is encourage other support. So you have this ALGEE. So this is the action plan. Just to clarify, okay, it's not something like a checklist wherein first do this, do this, do this. Okay, so of course the first one will be approaching the person, and then like depending on the flow of the conversation, could be that you need to immediately, once you've recognized that there is really like a crisis happening, you need to encourage the person to get appropriate professional help. So this is basically the action plan. So why do we have this? It's to help us remember. So it's a mnemonic device for you. Okay, now in terms of the training itself, okay, so there is this ALGEE, the action plan, and this is customized depending on what is the mental issue that's being addressed. Okay, so there's like the ALGEE, the action plan for people who may be, suicidal, or it could be people who have some, gambling issues, or they're experiencing, let's just say, depressive, episode. Okay. Now, what I'm gonna do is the next 5 slides, I'm going to be like talking about each particular point in the action plan. Okay, so first step here is basically you recognize someone who's having probably an issue. Okay, or it could be that you have this colleague who, you know, used to be like, okay, they're always there exactly at 8 a.m. and then, you know, suddenly they start coming in late, or it could be that you notice they're not their usual selves. Okay, so approach the person, and then you're like doing your assessment, and then you assist. So you just like, you know, open up conversation with them. Hey, how are you doing? And in terms of cultural background, okay, so I grew up in the Philippines, and then I'm actually a migrant here in Australia. So I went through here to the doing the offshore skilled migrant, you know, pathway, and then I'm now, you know, here. Okay, so the things that come from the Philippines, we're sort of like kind of emotional. We're actually called the Latinos of Asia. Okay, that's our, you know, our like, you know, we have such a range of like, you know, in terms of describing our emotional state. There's like words in Filipino that I couldn't really translate, you know, to English. Now, there's the thing about like the English language, and, you know, like most people that I've encountered through my travel and work, like for Americans, you like ask them like, how are you doing? They're always like, great, it's great. But sometimes, you know, even though they say they're doing great, you could actually sense, especially if you work with them, that there's something bothering them. So you gotta like approach it in a way that makes the person, you know, comfortable. So you need to approach them with your concerns, and then you need to find a suitable time and space when both of you are, you know, do you feel comfortable? Because as a first aider, if you've done like other, like, you know, like first aid classes, before you actually render help or start helping someone, you should feel comfortable. You should be okay. Like, for example, the first thing that in the Red Cross, Australian Red Cross training will do, like when you're doing the first aid trainings, that before you rush in to help someone, you have to assess the area. Is it safe to do so for you to do your, you know, your first aid? Okay, so that's the thing. Okay, it's also the same in mental health first aid. Okay, you need to find time and space wherein the person who may be experiencing some mental health issues, okay, they feel comfortable, or it's like a safe, you know, situation or environment. Now, if it's possible that your colleague or someone who's having these difficulties or issues may not initiate the conversation. So if you are trained as a mental first aider, then you should say something to them. And always remember that privacy and confidentiality has to be respected. Okay, you need to make sure that whatever is said in that particular context, when you're helping someone, you don't talk about this person to another, you know, person, like, you know, oh, I heard about this, blah, 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 that person. But once again, let me just clarify. It could be that in the course of rendering mental health first aid, you become emotionally exhausted and you need to decompress. So after rendering mental health first aid, remember to decompress. It could be that you can, you know, do something that, you know, that is something pleasurable or relaxing for you. It could be you can go for a short, you know, walk or like a jog, or it could be that you could talk to someone, okay, but do not mention anything that will identify the person. It could be something like, I just feel exhausted because I was in this intense, you know, 1 hour conversation with someone from work. And yeah, so you basically, as a first aider, talk about yourself. You don't talk about whatever you learned in that particular conversation with the person that you rendered mental health first aid to. Okay, so remember, respect their privacy and confidentiality. Okay, now the second step, or, you know, for this action plan, you have L. So earlier it was A. Okay, A, approach the person, assess and assist. And then now for L, okay, that's part of the ALGE acronym, the action plan. So L, listen and communicate non-judgmentally. Okay, so non-judgmentally. So as the first aider, you need to set aside any judgment while you are listening and communicating with the person you're helping. Okay, so that's very important. So you need to adopt certain, you know, attitudes, and you use both verbal and nonverbal communication skills. So when you say nonverbal, facial expression, body language. Okay, and you need to allow them to really, you need to allow them that the space that you're really listening to them, understanding what they're saying. Okay, so focus. So that's why I said that it could be that 1 hour, time that you have rendered help to someone, it could be so exhausting at the end because you're using all your resources, mental resources, emotional resources to just focus on that person. Okay, and then make it easier for that person to feel that they can talk freely about their problems without being judged. So you got to be careful about your facial expression. It could be that they say something and then you immediately have that frowny face, unless you're like me who has some issue. I actually forgot my glasses. I don't really so it could be that you forgot your glasses and you're sort of like squinting. So you have to clarify, hey, by the way, I forgot my glasses. I can't really see your face, and that's why I'm moving like this and kind of squinting. Okay, so clarify those things. Okay. Now, the G of the ALG, the Mental Health First Aid Action Plan, means give support and information. Okay, so when we talk about support, we're talking about offering emotional support. You're empathizing with how they feel. Okay, and you give them the hope of recovery. So empathizing with how they feel, like you understand, and you're not going to be offering like, this is how I'll do this. No, you will not be like pushing your agenda, but just acknowledging their emotional state. Okay, and then offer practical help. Okay, so offer practical help. Okay, it could be that they talk about, I've been feeling down and it's have difficulty doing this, and ask them, is there anything I could do? Please let me know, or do you need help with that? Okay, sometimes depending on the personality of the person, could be that they're too broad. No, I'm okay. And then you say there's anything. I really mean that. Okay, offer something to help them. Okay, and then part of this action plan is giving them information. So ask them, okay, would you like to know, okay, about this, information about mental health problems? So it is up to the mental health first aider to find out what are the resources available in your community. So for example, here in Australia, we have a lot of support for mental health. In fact, when the pandemic started and we went on national lockdowns, and then especially here in Victoria, where Melbourne is, we even went on a second lockdown because there was that second wave. Hey, the government, said, okay, we're releasing funds to, make sure that everyone, because we have access to healthcare here, we have universal healthcare system here. So they said, okay, the government said, okay, we're releasing funding so you can have extra, sessions. When we say sessions, this is session with a counselor or psychologist, so that we can access those things. So it depends on your, location, or it could be that there are several NGOs, non-government organization, offering help. So depending on your location, you got to do your research, find out what are the options available there. So this is part of giving support and information. You provide information to your colleague or your loved ones who is encountering a lot of, that could be a lot of mental, problems or issues. Okay, now, this is the first E of the ALGEE, ALGEE. So encourage the person to get appropriate professional help. So they will generally have better recovery option if they get appropriate professional help. So remember, mental health first aid is not, part of, the treatment aspect. We're not treating anyone, okay? There are professionals out there who have studied years in order to help other people, okay? So the thing with people having mental health problems or issues, they may not know what are the various options that are available to them. It could be that their particular illness requires medication. Okay, or it could be that they need a combination of medication and therapy, or it could be that it's just counseling or therapy. And then another thing is that we have to remember that a person does not, exist in a vacuum. They have, family members, they're part of a particular community. So, we need to also make sure that we have support from our community and our family members. And sometimes it could be that they're encountering, some issues because they're thinking, okay, they feel, let's just say I'm worthless. There's nothing I can do to, contribute to the community. I have like difficulties with jobs and all those things. It could be that they need information about, vocational or their educational goals. Okay. Or it could be that, something happened to them and they now like, homeless, and then they need assistance with accommodation. That's why as a mental first aider, you're going to know what are these options available in the community. So you could provide this, information. Okay. And then you have here the fifth action, okay, encourage other support. So what do we mean by this? Okay, the first aider can encourage the person to use self-help strategies and to seek the support of family, friends, and others. So we encourage them to, get the support. Let them know that you're not alone. There are people out there who wants to make sure that you feel better, you're doing okay. Okay, and then it's also possible that other people who've encountered similar, mental health problems, they can provide, advice, okay, or valuable help in a person's recovery. So depending on your community, again, there may be some, local groups that can help, this person. So remember that you're not alone. There's always, people out there. And that's why we have in the InfoSec community, we have mental health hackers. There's, people who are advocates for mental health that will help you. So you're not alone. Remember that. Okay. Now, there's something that I keep on talking about regarding different cultural background. Okay. Now, as a mental health first aider, there has to be like this cultural competence, okay, that you have, because this should be like an awareness that the cultural background of person will shape their understanding of health and ill health. Okay, so I'll just give you, one example wherein you have like in certain culture wherein they have this, mystical, view of, let's just say we talk about, like spirits and all those things. So it's a mystical view about, oh, I can see this, I can see, this dead person and all those things. So we need to understand whether this person is coming from that kind of background. Why? Because it could be that those particular, let's just say thoughts of, I can see these people, but other people in the room can't see that person. So when we look at it from the Western psychology approach, okay, this person may have like, certain issues, but from their background, they don't think that's, a problem, that they're not having, mental, issues or something, because for them, oh, that's just perfectly natural. That I think my favorite grandmother is like coming back to haunt me or something. So we need to also be mindful of those, cultural differences. Okay. Or it could be that, mental illness is, something that's very taboo, or it could be that they have a different way of explaining things. Okay, so you have to be like, culturally competent, like in your particular community. Okay, and then you have to also remember to provide cultural safety. Okay, so what is this? This is about respecting the culture of the community by using the appropriate language and behavior. For example, in certain communities, okay, they women may feel uncomfortable talking to someone who's, of a different, gender. So in that case, maybe you need to, if you know someone, like another person who's the same, gender, or it could be like another woman, like ask that woman who's also mental health first aider to help this particular person. Or it could be, okay, when we talk about cultural safety, you have to be careful because certain culture, there's like the concept about shame, it could be that it is shame that's keeping them from accessing, resources. So you gotta remember that you have to like let them talk about it, like what's the parameters, try to understand. Okay, and then you also have to support the person's right to make decisions about seeking culturally based care. So it could be that in their community, or they have like, let's just say elders that they could talk to. So it could be that you could, talk about, yes, you could talk to your elders. So it's providing that, safe space for them. Or it may be that through conversation with them, you realize that the community that the person belongs to does not have, adequate resources. Or it could be that they don't have like, let's just say words to express how they feel. It could be like that, difficult. In that case, you may need to, let's just say, in terms of the English language, maybe that their first language is not English and it's like difficult for them to articulate. So you will need to have like someone who would, sort of like explain in their like local language. Okay, so you need to make sure that you provide this space for them. Okay, and also for you as a mental health first aider, you also have to understand what are your biases, like from your particular culture. You have to continuously ask yourself questions and then be open to different culture. Okay. Now, I've included here some links, some resources. So for Australia, we have the Mental Health First Aid Australia. In the US, you also have there the Mental Health First Aid.org website. And then please consider, volunteering, joining us. We have a Slack with the mental health hackers. Okay, and we have like villages. We volunteer, with the different conferences. So we have different villages. Okay. Now, I believe I have extra time. I always like allocate time for questions. Okay. Now, if let's just say you're not watching this live, okay, you're just like watching it like, a replay or something, feel free to reach out. My DMs are open, so at Gyle DC. But just to clarify, if you're in a different time zone, remember I'm in Australia. Right now we are on daylight savings time, so it's UTC plus 11. So there's a delay in my response, but I do respond. Okay, so let me just check. Okay, if there's like any questions. Okay, let me check here. Okay. Okay. Any question? Well, I guess it's because it's like towards the end of the day and everybody's just thinking of, just doing the happy hour and all those things. So I don't see like any. Tabitha, do you see any questions? Okay. So no questions. Okay. Sorry, Tabitha, I can't hear you. Hi. Anyway, you can just like type in the chat there or something. So. Okay, great. Okay, now, so thank you very much. If so, there's like no live questions or anything. So thank you very much. I'll be hanging for a few more minutes in the Discord, and then it's now Sunday morning here. I'm gonna go like have brunch. Okay, so once again, okay, thank you very much. Feel free to reach out to me, and then I'm gonna give you like a hug from Australia. So I'm gonna give you like a hug. Okay, so Wakandan salute. Okay, so hugs to everyone, and please, okay, yeah, this is a great day. Thank you very much for having me, and I hope for those who listen or like who are watching the replay of this or something, you do consider going for mental health first aid training to help not just your family members, your community. We need a lot of people doing the good work. And for you listening to this, watching this, that means you are interested. So once again, let me just go back to that slide. Okay, so here you go. So mental health first aid, in the US. Okay, if you're in Australia, we have a mental health first aid, training all over Australia. And then there's the mental health hackers. Okay, so thank you very much. And thank you for spending time with me, listening to this, okay, watching this. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, the rest of your weekend. Take care, everyone. Okay.
All right, just closing the stream out for today. Thank you all so much for joining. If you have any questions, please hit us up in the Discord. Otherwise, we will see you at Closing Ceremonies. Thank you so much.